Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We'll start with roll call.
Good morning, Supervisor District 1, Jesus Eduardo Escobar. Supervisor District 2, Marta Cardenas Singh.
Good morning, present.
Supervisor District 3, Chairwoman Peggy Price.
Present.
Supervisor District 4, Ryan Elliott Kelly. And Supervisor District 5, John Hawk.
Present, thank you.
Well, thank you. So we're going to start our morning with special presentations. We have two. One is the proclamation declaring June 19th as Juneteenth Day. And the second one we have is a recognition to the Imperial Valley SoCal girls soccer team for their outstanding achievements and championships in 25-26. So let's get started down in front of the dais with the supervisors.
Chairwoman, if I may.
Yes.
We are waiting for the representatives for Juneteenth. Can we start with the IB SoCal soccer?
Absolutely. Join you down front. Thank you.
That the coaches or
Oh, wow. Yeah. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, Santiago, you hold it. Hi, good morning. How are you? Feels very World Cup, huh?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yes. Yes. Good morning, Board, Chairwoman. The Imperial County Board of Supervisors would like to recognize the Imperial Valley SoCal girls soccer team for their dedication, discipline, and outstanding performance throughout the 2025 and 2026 season. Their commitment to competing at the highest level and representing their team with pride and distinction is truly commendable. Their achievements include being named 2025 State Cup champions, 2025 Spring Madness Showcase champions, 2025 Day of the Dead finalist, 2025 LFF VI Football 7th, second place, 2025 Categoria 2008 Spring and Fall Champions, 2025 Spring and Fall third place champions, and 2026 MLK Cup champions, and 2026 State Cup finalist. Please welcome Alondra Hernandez. Annette Zavala. Anjo Galvan. Daniela Islas. Giselle Estavillo. Gianna Castro. Gianna Gerardo. Camila Méndez. Kaylee Thompson. Leila Arballo. María Miranda. Mila Ramírez. Monse Antunes. Paula Lopez. Pia Mesa. Savannah Melendres. Stella Lara. Vanessa Lopez. Rocío Villarreal. And Luna Aguilera. And now moving on to the coaches. The Imperial County Board of Supervisors would like to recognize the coaches for their leadership, dedication, and commitment to the IV SoCal girls soccer team throughout the 2025 and 2026 season. Their guidance, passion, and inspired excellence, teamwork, pride, both on and off the field. Santiago Estavillo. Eduardo Melendres. Eric Ramirez. And now to recognize the president of the Calexico Parents Athletic Association for her leadership, dedication, and commitment to the IV SoCal girls team throughout their 2025 and 2026 season. Carmen Estrada.
Aquí está, señora Estrada.
Board, Chairwoman, we do have one special recognition. The Imperial County Board of Supervisors would like to recognize posthumously Coach Salvador Arballo in honor of extraordinary dedication, leadership, and commitment to the IV SoCal girls soccer family. He gave his heart to the game, his wisdom to the players, and his time to the community. This certificate celebrates a life of service of others. Presented on June 16th, 2026.
All right, picture time. Hold up the certificates, please. All right, here we go. Looking straight at the lens on one, 3, 2, 1. Let's do another one. 3, 2, 1. One last one. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Papá, venga para acá.
Celebrate to celebrate.
Ah, pues también. También.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Coach Santiago, and I'm the coach of the Ivy SoCal girls soccer team. And on behalf of the Ivy SoCal girls soccer, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the County of Imperial for this incredible recognition, and most importantly, for believing in these young athletes. Your sponsorship made it possible for our team to compete in several out-of-town tournaments, and because of your generosity, our players were given opportunities to grow, compete, and create memories that will last a lifetime. I would like to take a moment to thank also Carmen Estrada. She, from the beginning, she helped us through the whole sponsorship process, and she made everything right now possible. So her dedication to support youth sports in the community, it's really acknowledged, and really appreciate that. And also, we were very thankful to the Imperial County for taking the time to honor someone that meant too much for us, Coach Sal Alvarado. Coach Sal dedicated countless hours to developing young athletes throughout the Imperial Valley, but more importantly, he taught them the values of respect, teamwork, perseverance, and character. His passion for soccer and his love for these girls continue to inspire us every day. Although he's no longer with us, his legacy lives on every time these girls step onto the soccer field and field wearing their Ivy SoCal jerseys. Also, parents, without your help, none of this would be possible. So thank you for cheering from the sidelines, taking us to practice, to tournaments, and all that kind of stuff. So just to finish it off, to everyone who has supported this group of girls, thank you. Your investment is making a lasting difference in their lives. We are honored for this recognition, grateful for your support, and we are committed to continue to represent the Imperial Valley on and off the field. Thank you.
All right, here we go again. Straight out the lens on one. 3, 2, 1. Do another one. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Buenos días, soy Carmen Estrada, presidenta y fundadora de la Liga de Calexico Finance Athletic Association.
Good morning. My name is Carmen Estrada. I am the president of the Mexico Association of Soccer.
Nuestra liga está compuesta de varios equipos de diferentes equipos de aquí del Valle Imperial. Quiero darle primeramente las gracias al director local, que es José Romo, Andrés Ruiz, que por ellos tienen 10 equipos aquí en el centro. Eso es muy grande para nosotros. Ellos están afiliados a nuestra liga.
I would like to start off by thanking Coach Pepe, Jose Romo, and also Andres Ruiz. They have 10 teams in this league.
Y quiero decirles que estoy muy orgullosa porque todos los coaches del Valle Imperial son nuestros niños cuando eran unos pequeños. Cuando iniciamos nuestra liga, ya son los coaches.
So these coaches had started playing when they were little boys, when they were kids, and now they became the coaches.
Y eso me enorgullece, que ya estoy viendo los papás que traen a sus hijos en los equipos, y eso me llena de emoción.
I am very proud and very honored that these now players became the coaches, and we are starting to look at everything that we've created.
Y quiero darle también gracias a Parques y Recreaciones de aquí del centro, Adriana Nava, que está al 100 con nuestros equipos, dándoles un espacio para que entrenen nuestros niños. Muchas gracias.
I would like to thank Adriana Nava. She is the Parks and Recreation person that helped and support through the process so that these teams have a field to practice on.
También quiero decirte, coach, allá donde estás, tú querías un lugar que fue en diciembre, no lo gastes, gozar de lo que tenemos ahorita. Te dije que sí lo íbamos a tener el campo y ya lo tenemos. Teníamos un campo muy pequeñito para muchos equipos y él estaba triste, pero de donde estás ya estamos gozando lo que tú querías. Gracias.
Also, Coach Sal he made the request. He was an advocate to these girls, to the team, for a field to practice on, and now we have that. So wherever he's at, I'm pretty sure that he is looking at us and enjoying everything that he advocated for these girls. Thank you. And I would like to thank Ms. Arroyo and their kids because they've allowed us to have to enjoy Coach Sal Arroyo.
On behalf of your staff, city, to support you and what a wonderful way to memorialize and the dedication and the love for Coach Sal. Happy to have you here and happy to continue supporting you. Really trying to have this collaboration amongst different jurisdictions and with the field or other things that you need. Happy to have you here today and wish you all the luck and congratulations to all of you in your
Thank you.
success.
Just one quick comment. I'm going to say in Spanish because she doesn't speak English. Vamos a hacer una donación. Siempre apoyamos a su liga y si no nos apoyan a su liga, yo sé que batalló mucho en Calexico. La conozco de hace casi 10 años y era una batalla año con año y año con año. Gracias a Dios ya tuvo una casa en el centro, desafortunadamente porque yo soy de Calexico, pero queremos seguir apoyando económicamente. Entonces aquí el comité de la mesa de supervisores va a seguir apoyando económicamente a la liga. Nomás queremos darles esa noticia.
Gracias.
Hi, good morning. My name is Marie Arbayo. I am Coach Sal's wife. I would like to first of all say thank you for giving us the opportunity and also for honoring the team. Coach Sal is, well, my husband's an amazing man. He's very dedicated for these girls. Girls, your Coach Sal believed in you. Not only on the field, he's teaching you how to have perseverance. You're going to go through challenges just like on the field, but also in life. So just keep pushing, okay? You guys are a great group of girls. The parents, thank you so much for believing in this team. And also, Coach Sal is a soccer player, and he knew how to play, so I was very happy to see how dedicated and motivated he was being a coach. He would plan drills at home, and so it's like a second job that he loves. It's his passion. Again, unfortunately, he's not with us, and we're just continuing to move forward. We want to represent the Valley. And lastly, I want to say a very special thank you to Coach Santiago. Not only was Coach Santiago co-coaching with Sal, he's also one of his really, really great friends. And I know he loves you. And he loves the team. And thank you for taking it on. It's a big responsibility. And also to our coaches as well, Coach Eduardo, Coach Eric, as also with the IB SoCal family, the coaches. Thank you so much. Girls, just keep pushing yourself, okay? Believe in yourself. You're going to have challenges, and again, just have a perseverance. You guys are an amazing group of girls. Thank you, everyone. Oh, and one last thing for my children. Breathe. Sorry. It would have been our 16th wedding anniversary on Sunday, but okay, got this. Your dad is always going to be with you, and just know that he's always going to be there, and that we have a lot of support, and as well as my mother-in-law, Brenda, her oldest son. So we're going to continue to move forward and enjoy the life that we have. And so, again, love your loved ones. And, yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? round of applause for these ladies.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Board, Chairwoman. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Imperial recognizing June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth Day. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring that slaves in Confederate territory free, paving the ways for passages of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. And whereas news of signing the Emancipation Proclamation reached authorities and African Americans in the South and Southwestern states 2.5 years later, on June 19, 1865. And whereas Emancipation Day observations are held on different days in different states in the South, Southwest, and other parts of the nation. And whereas June 19th has a special meaning to African Americans called Juneteenth. And whereas the African American community has declared this day for the past 160 years, and whereas the annual Juneteenth celebration in the County of Imperial will take place on June 13th, or took place on June 13th, 2026, at the Martin Luther King Jr. Pavilion in El Centro. Whereas we urge all citizens to become more aware of the celebration in the African American history. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Imperial County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth Day, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, County of Imperial, during a regular meeting on the 16th day of June, 2026 by an affirmative roll call vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3? Yes. District 4? Yes. And District 5?
Yes.
I just like to say to the board, thank you very much. And I would also like to extend my appreciation to the Board of Supervisors because they have always been supportive of our efforts in Missouri County. And to those of you out in the audience, you are missing a great celebration, a great piece of history. And I encourage you next year to join us for Juneteenth in great history. Oh, I do want to add one thing. Not only is it a holiday, the lady who is considered the grandmother of Juneteenth is now 100 years old. She's 100 years old. She's still living. And when she was 87 years old, I had to take this in mind. When she was 87 years old, she walked from Texas to DC, 2.5 miles every day. Car come, pick her up, take her back, and then take her. Next day she go out, she go on a little further. She's 87, 2.5. She did that for 2 years. And her sole purpose was to get Juneteenth as acknowledged as a national holiday. So when we talk about age or what we can't do, think about 87 years old, 2.5 miles from Fort Worth, Texas to DC, and she did it. And this month, she is opening her 100th birthday, the official Juneteenth National Museum. So anyway, a little bit of history, but come out and celebrate with us. It's an American holiday. It really is. Thank you.
All right, this guy's school squeeze in a bit. All right, here we go. Looking straight at the lens on 1, 3, 2, 1. Do another one, 3, 2. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Maybe you did get my reference.
Missed it the first time.
Thank you. Grandma duty.
Thank you.
Our agenda with item number 3, consideration of urgency items to be added to closed session.
Thank you, Chair. I have no items of urgency to add.
Thank you, Council. Item number 4, do we have any closed session public comment?
Chairwoman, we do.
Okay, let me read this while in preparation. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any subject matter within the closed session calendar. Please address the board as a whole through the chairwoman. Individuals will be given 3 minutes to address the board. First speaker?
Isaiah Gonzalez. Can you turn on your speaker? There's a button on
Press
the...
it.
There we go.
Perfect. All right, I'm here to talk about item C2, title of your Public Works Director. Worked with the guy for 2 years. He's special. You guys have a problem on your hands. I gave Cynthia some documentation for you guys to go through, but the guy has no ethics. The guy is just a terrible engineer, terrible person, terrible at everything. There was some stuff on Ayton Road when I worked for him for about a year and a half. Some change order stuff. He didn't want to do it because it was going to cost money, so he told me to look the other way. So a $10,000 change order, Peggy, turned into a $68,000 change order.
Wow.
So, and then as he's telling me to look the other, you need a minute? As he's telling me to look the other way, he later on, and when it gets brought to the city manager's attention, he asks for it to get deleted. He asked for the papers that Cynthia has and the reports to get deleted. The person has no spine. He has the spine of a jellyfish. I got notes here. He has a little Napoleon complex he needs help with. You guys,
Council, are we crossing some lines here?
are we?
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yeah.
just
We can talk offline. That's fine.
we have a public comment code of conduct that
Okay, but what is it?
prohibits personal attacks.
Okay, that's fine.
So some of your comments are bordering on the personal.
Okay.
It should remain with public matters.
Okay, fair enough. Well, as a public works director, horse trading should never cross lines of being in the public. So for horse trading, that's like the stuff people do out in the private, not the public. So as a public works director, that's wrong. The guy also bragged to me when I worked for him that Miguel Figueroa learned all his tutelage from David. So he's a problem. You guys need to address it. He's currently a problem with staff you have. He tells staff, your current staff, my former staff, don't text me, don't email me, call me, because he doesn't want anything in public record. The guy's a problem. But current staff you guys have, he is telling people that. So, how much time do I have? Oh, 56 seconds? All right. And Jeff, if you could remind supervisor from District 5, like the Brown Act, because I'll be back at 10 to talk about that. Just remind them like how not to violate it. I will talk about that at 10. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Next speaker.
Imari Caritas? Curiotis. I apologize.
Can I ask for a point of order first? Can you guys actually talk into this? Because when I was back there, I couldn't hear anything. It's really hard as somebody with a disability to deal with people talking like this. So, you got it. I broke it. Thank you. Chair, board members, thank you. My name's Amari S. Nguyen Cariotis, and I'm speaking today as a resident of the West Shores and someone who has spent years working in governance, compliance, and community protection. I want to address a pattern that has become impossible for the public to ignore: the ongoing lack of oversight, transparency, accountability within Imperial County's.
Which board item are you referring to?
We're talking about one. The one you're going into, the first one that Imperial is suing you? Okay, sorry. It should have been on the note. System that has allowed, this is not about personalities. This is about systems that have allowed misconduct, conflicts, and questionable decision-making to persist for years without being checked. Imperial County has no independent ethics commission. It has overlapping boards, cross appointments, and a culture of the same individuals holding influence across multiple agencies. LAFCO was one. Salton Sea Conservancy is another. There's a ton of them. The concentration of power creates an environment where conflicts of interest are not only possible, but predictable. Recent reporting has documented situations where county officials participated in decisions that directly affected their employers, their political allies, and their personal networks. The public has seen attempts to interfere with state-mandated processes, attempts to stall and derail reforms, and a pattern of decision-making that benefits insiders while leaving communities, especially rural and unincorporated communities, without representation or services. The question the public keeps asking is simple: how has this been allowed to continue for so long? You do not have the mechanisms that you need. I would ask that you establish an independent ethics and oversight body with authority to review conflicts of interest. Number 2, require full public disclosure of all outside employment, financial interest, and family-connected contracts. Number 3, adopt a policy prohibiting participation in any vote or action where a reasonable person would perceive it as a conflict, not just where it nearly describes it. Imperial County deserves governance that is transparent, ethical, and accountable. We deserve systems that protect the public, not systems that protect office holders. The public is watching, the state is watching, and the era for looking the other way is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
No more speakers, Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. Right. Item number 5, we need a motion to convene to closed session. I have a motion by Supervisor Kelly, seconded by Supervisor Escobar. Thank you. We will reconvene at 10 a.m. Thank you. Motion passed. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. Just a few logistics here. It is a little warm outside the room. We're having some issues with HVAC. It's working in here, so if the door looks like it's closed, it's to cool down the temperature in here. And just for the public, there is space in the public health training room. That's the east side of the building at 835 Broadway for any of those that plan to attend. And if we're at capacity, that is an overflow space that is available to the public. And also, you can zoom in at our live video audio streaming link at imperialcounty.org/BOS agendas for Board of Supervisors agendas. So, put those things in place. And with that said, I believe there is water also being distributed to the public that's here today. Okay. All right. So we're going to start our morning with our invocation from Miss Mary Delozier. Is that how you pronounce it? So please stand.
Let us bow our heads. Lord God, we gather here in your name today, thankful for this time and for each other. Quiet our minds and open our hearts and draw us near to you. Let every word spoken bring honor to your name. We welcome your presence and ask that you guide this meeting. In your Son Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you. Now for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we do have a number of the public here this morning. It's great to see all of you, but we're going to try to manage our meeting here today as best we can with the amount of public speakers that we have. So with that, we're going to start with public comment. So I'm going to read the statement. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any subject matter within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on the agenda. Any action taken as a result of public comment shall be limited to direction to staff. When addressing the board, state your name for the record prior to providing your comments. Please address the board as a whole through the chairwoman. Individuals will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Groups or topics will be given a maximum of 15 minutes. Public comments will be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. If additional time is required for public comments, they will be heard at the end of the meeting. Please remember to follow the public comment code of conduct. No profanity or obscenity, yelling or screaming, no slander or defamatory statements, no personal threats or attacks, no hateful or demeaning language based on hate of a person's race, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, national origin, or disability. Respect all people that are present or watching. Obey the direction of the chairwoman and the clerk of the board. For our clerk, do we have public comment? And who is our first speaker?
Chairwoman, we do, and our first speaker is Victor Zazueta.
Mr. Zazueta?
Following will be Peter Rodriguez.
Just need to press the small button. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Chairwoman, and Board of Supervisors. My name is Victor Zazueta. I live at 1603 Farmer Drive, and I have a few observations about what's going on with the proposed data center. Contrary to what one economist told the board, the benefits of a data center would have to the general fund and its impact on unemployment, we know from the past decades these same promises were made about prisons, solar farms, detention centers, waste dumps, today lithium extraction and data centers. We know from observation that these promises were never kept, but these industries keep targeting our minority community here and in the Yuma, Arizona area, and unemployment remains high as poverty does. There are knowledgeable persons in real estate and agriculture who know that farming, as it has been done for the past 120 years in the Imperial Valley, is ending and will soon come to an end in the coming decades. We all recognize this fact. The drought, the crisis in the Colorado River, the struggle of the many against the few over who gets the remaining water will have an impact on agriculture locally. You all recognize this fact. The county contracted economist Michael Bracken from the Development Management Group, who has written about this for the Southern California Associations in Government, talking about the decline of agriculture in Imperial County. Our residents need to hear and know these facts. What kind of future awaits students in our classrooms today? Employment opportunities will be limited, and without a good education, jobs will be hard to find. Additionally, we'll be living in an environment that is both toxic and dangerous due to the dying Salton Sea and from increased cross-border pollution. What our community residents need and require is safe, sustainable, and environmentally healthy economic development. Detention centers, prisons, gold mines, and data centers are not the answers. My final observation is that the county should use the $12 million in the Public Benefit Fund to invest in our community anchor institutions, such as public libraries, public schools, public hospitals, public centers, and public parks and public community farms. The public should be invited to apply for funds from the Public Benefit Fund to create cooperative enterprises and businesses that will serve our local communities and ensure the wealth it creates circulates locally and fosters generational wealth. There are economic development models using these strategies that invest in worker-owned and worker-run enterprises. Thank you.
Following Mr. Rodriguez will be Christopher Scurry.
My name is Peter Rodriguez. Good morning, members of the board and the audience. My public comment is I'd like to thank Supervisor Martha Cardenas Singh for taking care of the city or the community of Heber with the sidewalk ceremony they had last week. And we'll end with their, it was a wonderful ceremony. It was nice to see action being done in the community of Heber. My next public comment is of concern to this board and to the public. I understand that Chairman Price and Ryan Kelly sent letters against Senator Padillo's bill. It's unfortunate that their other teammates, the other 3 board members, were not communicated with that matter. For the record, I have not spoken to any of them, so I'm giving you that. All our ships as 5 members should be going together. But instead, we've seen that 40% of the board wants to tell the other 60% what to do and how to do it. That is wrong. That is a violation of the Brown Act, folks. Why? And I tell you this, right now, as I'm going to football referee training, it's not 5 yards offsides. It's unsportsmanlike conduct out of the game. Seriously, folks, the best intelligence is boots on the ground. Not emails, not phone calls, not texts. Why does it come to me? Only God knows, right? But I tell you this, when 60% of the board don't know what 40% are doing, it sends the wrong message to our community, and especially you, Mr. Kelly. You think you're the king? I'll tell you what, there's no king in this country, there's no king in this valley. You don't have a great relationship with our power and grid system, the IED, who 3 of them were reelected back to office. They won landslide those that had opponents. That just sent a strong message to all 5 of you. And I know we have differences, Mr. Escobar, Mr. Hawk, but when you're held out to dry, I just can't stand quiet. It's wrong. It was wrong that you 2 did it to them. You don't belong in those seats. You guys should walk now, resign your positions, save yourselves before it gets worse. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Chris Scurries. I'm the resident of Imperial. I wanted to take a moment today to talk about the economic development in this county. Unlike most of you and many people in the Imperial Valley, I am not from here, much like Dr. Lang. But unlike Dr. Lang, I actually do currently live here, and for the last 9 years. I grew up in the great San Joaquin Valley in Modesto, California, and before moving here, I lived in Fresno for 8 years, where I earned my bachelor's and master's and teaching credential from Fresno State. Go Dogs. Modesto and Fresno are much like the Imperial Valley. They all have challenging summers, and their economies are rooted in agriculture. When my parents moved to Modesto in the late 80s from the Bay Area, the town looked a lot like the towns here in Imperial, but its proximity of and its affordability compared to the Bay Area transformed it into a large, bustling city, and ironically, I probably couldn't even afford to move back to Modesto even if I wanted to. Same as Fresno, as an even larger city with an agricultural background. Modesto and Fresno also have something in common with Imperial in that there are no hyperscale AI data center campuses. Those towns prioritize long-term growth over quick fixes. 2 weeks ago, I was here to listen to Supervisor Kelly wax poetic on the financials of the county and how we don't have enough money coming in. You have been elected and re-elected 4 times. And the only solution you have come up with in that time is to fast-track dangerous projects next to our homes. And with the help of your cousin, no less. If you can't figure out how to build a bustling economy in the state of California, of all places, without the help of data centers, then the problem isn't the design of our economy. The problem is you and your failed leadership for more than a decade. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. There are hundreds of communities across the state that have thriving economies without extracting from the health, safety, and dignity of working-class citizens. I want this board to get back to the basics, because I'm not going anywhere. To not reinvent the wheel. Growing our economy is important to you, and it's important to everybody here. And that is one of the very few things that we actually agree on. But it cannot be done by exploiting the land and the people for data center projects. Thank you.
Next speaker, William Cooper, and following will be Isaiah Gonzalez.
Good morning, everyone. Supervisors, attorneys, residents. My name is William Cooper. I'm here for 2 reasons today. First, I am the executive director of the Becoming Project located in Calipatria, California. Since March, my staff director has been sending letters and requests to this Board of Supervisors for support during our Keep Cool Calipatria events. We do extreme heat and emergency response during the summers for the last 5 years. Recently, we received a response from one of the supervisors. That supervisor was kind enough to donate $100 to our cause. We haven't heard anything from the other 4 supervisors on this dais. 2 weeks ago, I was here and I heard the Humane Society asked for $600,000 for a mobile pet clinic, and that request was granted. I wanted to know what measuring stick are we using to decide priorities in Imperial County. Not to knock the Humane Society or the need for pet care in Imperial County, but what must we do to get the same consideration for human beings that we get for dogs? So what I am going to do is I'm going to ask for direction from this board. Write us back and tell us what we must do, what kind of presentation must we give to you to get the same consideration for human beings in Imperial County as we get for dogs. Then I'm William Cooper. I'm a resident of Calipatria, 210 West California Street. I have been here 6 years. been in this chamber 600 times, pleading with you to be more equitable in the way you do distribution and decision making. Today is data centers. Yesterday it was prisons. Tomorrow it'll be Lithium Valley. What I come to realize in the last few months is that's not the problem. Tom DuBois, not the problem. Ricci's not the problem. The way that we make decisions in Imperial County is the problem. The way that you fast track projects that haven't been properly vetted is the problem. The way that you give contracts and support to your friends and people that has already received all the support in Imperial County is the problem. We have heard about the need for a moratorium on data centers in Imperial County, and that might be true, but today we don't need a moratorium on data centers. We need a moratorium on you. We need you to stop. We need you to stop making the decisions that hurt your residents. We need you to stop putting yourself and your own self-interest above what your people need. The moment that you do that, you will start having this crowd here to support you and not to yell at you. That's it. Thank you.
Isaiah Gonzalez, and following will be Gina Snow.
Hi, a couple more things to address. I know there's been some talk on autism, specifically from supervisor from Section 5 or whatever, District 5. John, you're not a professional when it comes to autism, so we already have RFK talking about it on what causes it. I am a parent of an autistic child, so if you could educate yourself on it, that would be amazing. Because you don't know, but yet you talk about it. You have staff that have autistic children, and you keep making comments about what causes it. Nobody knows what causes it, so you need to work on that. And as far as the ICTC meeting the other day, the word scalping is no longer an acceptable term. This is 2026. You need to work on that. That's not acceptable. So you can only imagine what gets said outside of a recorded meeting, but hey. And as far as the Brown Act, when you guys interviewed for your Public Works Director, you had a couple candidates. You had two from the same agency that applied. One ended up backing out because the other one that got the job started hinting around like, oh, hey, I wonder who applied. Yeah, it's going to be a tough job. Yeah, because he was told by one of you guys the list of people. So address that, because one of the five of you still text the wrong number saying, hey, we need to go fix this. We need to go fix this road. We need to go fix that road. So check your numbers. Whoever's texting the wrong number, start texting the correct number. Like it's pathetic. Like it's simply pathetic. Drinking and driving in a county vehicle as a director is not acceptable either. And not anybody here in this room right now, but somebody else. But we can talk about that later. The pyramid stuff, great decision. Great decision on rejecting the pyramid bid. So, 56 seconds, what else? I can add plenty, but I don't want somebody in the back making any more phone calls than he already has. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Gina Brister Snow. Over the last several days, residents in Victoria Ranch have received these at their homes. They appear to coincide with an op-ed Sebastian Rucci recently put out in Desert Review and materials Carlos Duran has been peddling incessantly on his social media accounts promoting what is being called a compromise. Positive, you've all seen it by now. What interests me most is not the compromise, it's the admission. For months, residents have been treated as though the concern with the Imperial Data Center project was not what was being proposed, but that they were concerned about it at all. And now the very people who spent months defending the project are campaigning on buffers, relocation, and greater distance from homes. Think about that for a moment. If distance matters now, it mattered then. And if buffers matter now, they mattered then also. And if relocation is suddenly being sold as a solution, then the original location was never beyond question. The compromise is not proof the public was wrong, it's proof the public had to fight far harder than it should have to be taken seriously. The same concerns that were dismissed, mocked, and minimized in this very boardroom are being recycled as selling points. And that's not leadership. That sounds of a narrative collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions. But before anyone celebrates this compromise, let's remember that the public is being asked to trust a process that has not survived the very scrutiny residents were mocked for demanding. For months, our questions have been treated like obstacles. Now, assumptions are being treated like answers. That's not confidence, that is desperation. At the last meeting, residents heard comments implying that somehow this controversy is a consequence of where they chose to live. No, people chose their homes. And the "you chose to live there" argument falls apart the moment you read this compromise, because if location wasn't the issue, there would be nothing to move. The compromise doesn't support the argument, it destroys it. The public was told there was no problem, and now the public is being handed a plan designed to solve one. The public was told the location was appropriate. Now the public is being asked to consider alternatives. The public was told not to worry. Now the public is being sold protections. The compromise is built around the very concerns residents were told to stop having. And that is not a compromise. It's the public being proven right, one concession at a time. Thank you.
Next speaker, Idle Burden, and following will be Jake Tyson.
Good morning. I'm Idell Burden. Good morning, people of the Imperial Valley. I'm glad to see you show up. I've decided one thing in this whole episode. We're being lied to. I'd like to know by who exactly. We get information from all sides that is not consistent at all. You say we have plenty of water? Water to supply how many data centers that are being proposed in this valley? We can't keep track. Okay, I've talked about it before. Lake Powell is going dry. Lake Mead is going dry. The Salton Sea is going dry. The Great Salt Lake is going dry. We're at the bottom end of all these water sources. Our only source of water comes from up there. Now, I don't know how you change those facts, but somehow in this op-ed that Ruchi's put out in the last 2 days, we supposedly have all the water we need. We're giving it away, we're wasting it, we're sending it to Coachella, we're sending it to Riverside so that they can thrive on our wasted water. Now, I don't know, we see the fallowed fields. We had our water sold out because we had plenty. Now, we know that the Hoover Dam is fixing to not be flowing because of the water level can't even provide Vegas with water. These are facts. These are from scientists. These are from data. And yet you're taking information from a salesman who has no skin in this game at all with that data center. We have not heard who is actually going to put this data center together. Is it Google? Is it Meta? Is it Microsoft? Who is it? Anybody got any idea? All these promises are made. They're going to do this. They're going to educate people. We're going to have training for data centers. Okay, how many people do you need to run a data center? Physical people, humans on the job. They say 100. Well, we've heard those numbers before, and I doubt that severely. Their goal is to absolutely do away with human involvement in these operations. They've ruined the communities across this country. Where are you getting your information as to these are a good thing? Every person I've heard from, there's 5,500 of them in this country. All right, we've got that many communities. We've got, say, 2,000 in each one of these communities, and that's a bare minimum, nothing estimation. What have we got? 200,000 people that have been disenfranchised, have had their lives ruined, and yet you ignore these things that are being fought across our country? We're not talking just here. We're talking across the entire state of California and every state in this country. Every state. Now you say we've got plenty of power, right? Okay, I'd like to have the IID, the County Board of Supervisors, a California state representative.
Ms. Burden, your 3 minutes are up.
See, I can blow through some time, so can you people.
Mr. Tyson, you're next.
Good morning, board, audience. I'm Jake Tyson. I'm calling for the resignation of Supervisor John Hawk, Supervisor Ryan Kelly, Chair Peggy Price, Supervisor Jesus Escobar, County CEO Dr. Kathleen Lang, Assistant County Executive Officer Barry Bean, and Planning Directors Jim Minnick and Michael Abraham. This is no longer just about a data center. This is about public trust. Imperial County residents have been asking serious questions about air quality, water, generators, fire risk, the power grid, CEQA, public records, and taxpayer dollars. And instead of giving this community clear answers, county leadership has continued pushing data centers forward while facing lawsuits and public outrage. Yeah, so public records and county emails have exposed what residents were never told clearly. Dr. Kathleen Lang requested GIS analysis connected to Atten and Clark project that provided catastrophic risk to citizens of this valley. You know, Barry Bean was involved in strategic discussions with developer side consultant Tom DeBose. Jim Minnick was emailed directly on a Sunday with where DeBose warned that the fur is flying. And what followed was the county treating a massive data center grading permit as ministerial, as if this was just routine paperwork. And we're in court for it right now. Again, we have one data center and 2 court cases. That is the problem. Now you are spending taxpayer dollars defending this agenda in court, promoting this agenda in public, and even traveling to compare Imperial Valley to Loudoun County, Virginia, a place already dealing with data center noise, air contamination, transmission lines, substations, water pollution, grid strain, and resident backlash. That is not leadership. That is a warning sign you refuse to read. Our tax dollars should not be used to clean up private strategy. They should not be used to defend backroom decisions. They should not be used to protect billion-dollar developers while residents are left fighting for clean air, water, transparency, and basic respect. Imperial Valley deserves leaders who protect the people, not leaders who hide behind paperwork after the damage is already in motion. We are way beyond taxation without representation here. Way beyond it. So today, I'm asking clearly and publicly, John Hawk, Ryan Kelly, Peggy Price, Jesus Escobar, Dr. Kathleen Lang, Barry Bean, Jim Minnick, and Michael Abraham, resign. Step aside. Step aside so Imperial County can rebuild trust, restore transparency, and finally put the people first.
Next speaker, Pasha, and then following will be David Shoneman.
Is the speaker here?
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Shonen, you're on deck. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Pasha. Good morning. My name is, I'm a little nervous. I haven't done this before. My name is Pasha. I am Kutsan and Lakota Si Changu from South Dakota. I am a resident of Winter Haven Tribal Reservation and a Kutsan tribal member of the Kutsan tribe. I would like to comment on 2 important issues this morning. First, regarding the June 2nd, 2026 election, tribal voters did not have access to a ballot drop-off box. The only option available was mailing ballots, which created challenges for many residents, especially those living in Winter Haven. In addition, the voting site was located at the Kutsan Administration building rather than the San Pasqual Valley School, where voting services have traditionally been available. This change caused confusion and communication issues within the community. As we prepare for the November election 2026, I urge and formally request election officials to provide a secure ballot drop-off box and increase outreach efforts so that tribal members and rural residents clearly understand their voting options and locations. Accessible voting is essential to ensuring equal participation in our democracy. Second, I want to express my concern regarding opposition to SB 675. As a resident and tribal member, I believe it is important that our air quality governance system be structured in a way that effectively protects public health throughout Imperial County. The air we breathe does not stop at city, county, or reservation boundaries. We all share the same air, and air pollution affects every person in our region. Clean air is not a political issue, it is a human issue. Any efforts to strengthen oversight and accountability for air quality deserves thoughtful consideration because it impacts the health and well-being of all communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Ms. Pasha, before you see, you're plotting it, you're not able to hear me. Pasha, I'm just going to direct staff to work with you on the outreach communication for November, okay? Thank you.
My name's David Schoeneman. I'm a resident of Brawley. It's good to be here in front of the board again. Nice to see many of my old friends. But what an interesting morning. It's great to seeing democracy at work and just the opinions that people are able to come forth and speak is magnificent, and that's the strength of our country. And as we point over here, in God we trust. And so I'd just like to support what Mr. Zazueta had to say. I was going to talk about many of the points that he had, but in the interest of time, I'd just like to add to that maybe this is the time for the board to take a hard look at some of their controlling operation parameters with regard to your planning and directing and your public works department. Maybe time to take a look at that. Also, I think like Mr. Zazueta so effectively said, our valley is shrinking, and I've been here all my life, and I'm kind of an old guy, but anyway, it's sad to see. But there's also, in times of stress and trouble, there's a time for opportunity. And you can see how the community comes together in a tough situation. The same can happen if we get a momentum going to help change and turn some things around. Take the same energy we see today on this particular topic and use that for growth and take a review of how we're doing things. The existing model isn't necessarily working. I think it needs to be tweaked a little bit. And I'd just like to close and say hi to my friends from the Quetzal Nation over there. It's good to see you guys again. Thank you very much.
Chairwoman, we've reached the 30 minutes for public comment here.
So we do have a public hearing at 11 a.m. How many other speakers do we have?
4 in chambers, 1 in Zoom. Total of 5. Not for regular public comment.
Chair, we do have the 11 o'clock public hearing. We don't have to start exactly at 11, but we should be close to it. So it's really a chair's call whether to handle the remaining public comments or
Well, if we get through this efficiently, I think we can get through the speakers and then move on to the hearing. Let's see how it goes.
And that would take us to about 11:10. I don't think that's too long of a time after 11.
Okay, let's go. Who's next? Speaker?
Reina Adame, and following will be Jillian Daniel.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. I just want to talk about something real quick before I get into some of the real substances that Recently, people's retirement funds are being utilized to fund SpaceX and 2 more AI companies. So, for all you guys who actually have retirement funds or 401ks, that's something to be looked into because AI is affecting local communities like ours through our taking our land, making our neighborhoods less peaceful. And now it's also coming directly to people's retirement. So I think that's a huge concern. And that's how far AI companies are willing to go and how far the laws and different things, the NASDAQ law, we can't control that democratically. But here we can dictate what we want to be built here. And I think we should take that seriously. So I do want to talk about how we do have a lot of constraints here in the Valley, like Brian Kelly would mention last time I was here. And I thought to myself, it sounds like there's this ultimatum where he's pretty much admitting that we're broke and admitting that there's the economy that we have here is an economy that takes public resources and turns them into private channels of wealth. And we can't fix that with the agricultural economy. It seems like we're running through all we could do with it. And I think that inviting another industry without actually changing the structure of how we're financing stuff isn't going to change the Valley. So, for instance, like I would like to see a Lithium Valley Authority get created so that because we can't take the water away from the farmers. There's so many laws against that. There's no way we could even all the water sales that the IED does, there's no way we could take a portion of that and give it to us here. There's laws that prohibit that, right? So I'm willing to say that we should do something else like create a Lithium Valley Authority that says, hey, any company who wants to build here, you have to be in a public-private enterprise with us, not just good community benefit agreements that I think are too lax, or you could just do things that are more so superficial, like you could pretend that you're, not pretend, but you give job training, but that job training takes time, and you need these projects fast. So I just want to see a different mindset, because it just feels like living here, it feels like our politicians are feckless. They can't do anything to change. It seems like there's laws in place. Like I was thinking, I had a paper I had to write at college where I had to pick anything about the Valley, and I wrote about the political economy of the Valley, which had to deal with IED and the farm economy. And it just seems like anything that I could think of as a solution that I've seen other counties do, like a land value tax. Tax the land, not the property. So it promotes efficient use of land. That's illegal here in California. The tax law here in California is really strict, so you couldn't do anything about that. And my other plan about trying to take some of the funds from the exports from the IED, you can't do that. So it just seems like it's institutionally in place that this county is just destined to be poor, destined to be broke, unless we had leaders that were willing to fight with their community. Because I feel like if this whole board was on our side, we would still have an uphill battle. But none of us, only a few can show suggestions of being on our side. So I have a lot of deep apathy for you guys, to be honest. And I feel like it could be changed if you guys define what a hyperscale data center is in comparison to other data centers or server rooms, and then ban hyperscalers. That's all you need to do. You don't need to do this grassroots stuff that I'm talking about. You don't need to challenge the California Constitution. Just define what a hyperscale is and ban it. Thank you.
Following Mr. Daniel will be Michelle White.
So I normally stand over there, but today I'm on the left because I know I'm not always right, okay? So maybe it's about time for y'all to accept that, and it's all good. If we're talking about what's the solution for the Imperial County, take a look behind me, because like they were saying as well, I am blessed for this opportunity to pull from all corners of the Imperial County together to find a solution for everything we got going on. Because, hey, we already know it's not going that smooth for y'all, and that's not my fault, I'll tell you that. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Julian Daniel. I'm from Holtville, and I'm here because the Imperial Valley residents deserve more than promises. We deserve protection, and we deserve clarity. Today, this board is considering a moratorium and an advisory committee. I support the moratorium. Frankly, if there was never a problem, there would be no need for an emergency ordinance in the first place. The county itself is not acknowledging that there are concerns regarding public health, safety, welfare, schools, neighborhoods, and land use compatibility. Those are not my words. Those are concerns written into the very documents before you today. But a pause is not a solution. The document also states that certain data centers are already permitted by right on industrial land. That means regulations are not strengthened, then the moratoriums could become tomorrow's green light. So my question is simple. What happens when the moratorium expires? Will residents have enforceable protection?
Mr. Daniel, are you speaking on an item on the agenda?
All right, I'll skip that, Let me ask this directly on the general context of it, okay? My favorite thing about everything is that a developer will come on in here, sell you guys everything, and then leave the citizens to fight the board. Isn't that beautiful? They don't come, they don't back you up, they don't support you. Everybody that's being paid to support the data centers, they're not even speaking because they know they can't speak on it. So my public comment will be directed to the board then. Take a look at the people behind us. Take a look at the solutions behind us. Take a look at the individuals that are in seat. We care more about your livelihood. We care more about your health. We care more about you guys than you guys are showing that we care about y'all, or excuse me, vice versa. Where's the care at? I can commend that Martha sent a couple emails out, sent a couple calls on out, but the point of it is the people see your footsteps. The people see and hear the echoes of the whispers in the rooms behind. That is not nothing that you should be proud of. Don't give us a reason to talk about bad things, which means that don't do the bad things in front of the people, behind the people, whisper behind the backs. And Mr. Kelly, respect to you, man, straight up. But I want your cousin to publicly apologize to Peter Rodriguez for what he said. I want him to publicly apologize for what he said, blaming it on the people, all right? It's not the people's fault for wanting to live in a house, but it is the Board of Supervisors' fault for letting that happen, for letting them talk to Mr. Rodriguez like that, for letting them come up and speak to us like we're not a part of the county, because the blessing of this movement, the blessing of these data centers is that it brought us all together to be able to provide you guys a solution, to be able to come together and communicate with y'all. Be a leader and accept that. Be a leader and accept that movements need to be made, or hey, if spots need to be changed, there's someone in the back over right here and that'll take it straight up.
Michelle White, and then following will be Brenda Palomares.
Hello. Thank you for allowing additional time for public comment. My comment is very short. I'm a resident of Imperial, and this is only the second time coming to these meetings, since they're always during work hours and my PTO is limited. However, I do listen to all of the meetings online. The last time I came was to ask you to vote no on the data center lot merger, and my representative wrote an op-ed and called us noise. So I'm here today just to tell you and anybody who may be watching these meetings that we do not want data centers here in Imperial County. None of my family members, friends, neighbors, or anybody I've talked to who doesn't have a direct financial interest want them built here. There may be a misconception that it's only a small group opposing the data centers. I just want to clear that up and say that that's not true at all. That small group has taken on the burden of showing up to your 10 a.m. meetings, but they represent the vast majority of those of us who cannot attend. Thank you.
Brenda Palomares.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Palomares, and I'm here to talk about the future of our county. I think everyone in here wants our county to move in a positive direction. I have been noticing that there are projects like the solar panels that you guys have been building on, like the schools, and we've got road work. We renovated the police department. I'm going to make the bold assumption that you guys did not have pushback like this on those projects. So I want everyone to just be aware that this is a clear sign that the community does not want this. Our county does not want us to move in a negative direction. I think that's what the data center is going to do. So I truly urge the board members to reconsider the project. I don't want to see our communities turn into ghost towns. I've been to a few meetings by now, and every time I come, I see different faces. There are a lot of us who don't want this project. Since I feel our community has done an amazing job sharing concerns, I don't have much to add. I will quickly mention some of the comments that have stuck out to me. People are concerned about our electricity and our water. A parent shared how discouraging it is that we are telling our kids to eat healthy while you guys are comfortable with poisoning their air. There's been constant reminders of lack of CEQA review that are frankly so frustrating to hear. I don't understand why we have to keep repeating it and nothing is done. You guys need to hold your developers accountable. A resident even shared that she's lost a friend because of this center already. That's not okay. A few of our community members that spoke up right here were running out of time, and I just want to remind the board that they were extremely comfortable with Mr. Rucci presenting us with like almost a 2-hour misleading PowerPoint that was essentially a sales pitch trying to fool us. And I'm just going to end it there and hope that you guys will reconsider this. Thank you.
Next speaker, Anthony Ralphs.
Good morning. Good morning, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Anthony Ralphs. I'm the Vice Chair of the Boulevard Planning Group. I'm also a member of DFLOC and the San Diego Trust Coalition. We specialize in privacy concerns for San Diegans. And today I wanted to speak about the correlation between these AI data centers, flock surveillance technology, and the increasing luxury mass surveillance technology that these AI data centers are empowering. Now, I have realized that Flock is already out here in El Centro, and we do know that these AI data centers are going towards the development of ICE being able to catalog people, of ICE being able to keep track of people, and these cameras are providing the means of that equipment, of that surveillance to become empowered. And these AI data centers are the means by which those cameras are able to track millions of Americans' whereabouts that are using this highway. This 8 freeway is frequented for commerce of all sorts. This is not only a violation of our privacy, of our Fourth Amendment, of our constitutional right to habeas corpus, of our protection from warrantless surveillance. And these AI data centers are empowering this technology that would surveil all of us. So I'm asking you not only to think about the environmental concerns, all of the concerns that everyone is raising in this room, but the privacy concerns that are associated with this project, the privacy concerns that will curtail this project if they're not viewed within the scope of what this project is really about. Thank you.
Chairwoman, our last speaker is on Zoom.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Arvizo.
Yes.
Okay, if you're ready, your 3 minutes start now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to give a public comment about the flock cameras as well. Um, the live stream was a little bit backed up, but I'd like to reiterate what DFLOC was also saying. We live in a deep surveillance state. The U.S. can already tap into your phone and camera mics as they wish, on your computer or your phone or anywhere around you. We do not need more unconstitutional surveillance. If you see a construction barrel at around any bridge leaving the county, it's more than likely an automatic license plate reader, which is super. It's useful information for everyone that can profit out of it, right? AI data centers hold this information and pass it to people. They know our whereabouts day and night. If you move on cars, if you move your phone with you, Home Depot, Lowe's, Costco, they have flock cameras for some reason. This is all part of the AI data surveillance agenda. They want to know every detail about you so they can control you. This dystopian world is just getting more clear by the day. Flock cameras are also very hazardous. They're right next to the highway in Calexico by Applebee's and Walmart. And at the base of the rod, you can't even see the concrete. So it's way deep underground, which means that this is just a spear for anyone that crashes into it. So these flock cameras are just a hazard by the surveillance and also just the hazard structurally. Like if you're right next to a highway building something, you have to make sure that's a safe structure for someone that might have an accident right next to it or with it. So I think the county should take the people's safety for first. They should prioritize it and take these flock cameras that are on the highway. As well as this flock camera system supports ICE and many bad Homeland Security actions. There's also police officers that stalk their exes, or they just stalk people that there was a person that was looking into a gym full of girls of gymnastics. So it's horrible infrastructure, and it's not even thought out properly. And I would like to also reiterate and request Peggy Price. I need a formal apology from you for being arrested in that space that we're sitting at right there. Sadly, I wasn't able to get there, but I am still expecting that apology. I am here, open for any conversation you want to have, and we have to pass a ban in data centers. Please, yes, we will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all the public comments. We're going to move on to our public hearing. Do we need space or seats for those on this item that might be waiting outside?
Yes, I'm not sure if someone's here. Maybe we can announce the item. Good morning, everyone. Anyone here for item 19, our public hearing?
Okay, there's one.
Sir, can you come up, please, and sit in the front, please? Ladies, can we check if there's anyone outside?
Okay, we're going to need to make room for our guest here on this item. How many do we need?
One seat. Is he here for? We're fine, Chairwoman, we can
Okay,
continue.
all right. Let's proceed. Who's going to present?
Ms. Andrea Gonzalez, County Executive Office.
Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez. Thank
Good
you.
morning, Chairwoman and Board of Supervisors. Andrea Gonzalez, Budget and Program Administrator with the County Executive Office. On May 19th, 2026, by minute order number 31, your board approved resolution number 2026-096, titled Resolution and Notice of Intention to Lease Real Property by the County of Imperial and Notice Inviting Proposals regarding a county-owned property located at 450 West Ayton Road, Imperial, also identified as a 6.39 acre portion of Assessor's Parcel Number 064-230-015, which is more particularly described within the resolution copy. Additionally, your board approved a form of lease agreement and a form of guarantee of lease agreement specifying the county's standard lease terms and conditions for the subject property. Among others, the terms and conditions of the county's lease offer include the following. The premises, 450 West Ayton Road, Imperial, California, 92251, also identified as an approximately 6.39 acre portion of Assessor Parcel Number 064-230-015. The property improvements consist of a 65,315 square foot warehouse building and a security booth with on-site parking and fencing. Maximum term. There is a maximum term offered of 14 years and 364 days with no options to renew. Rent. The county requests proposals for the annual rental consideration. Annual CPI rental increases shall be applied to the final awarded lease rental amount at each lease anniversary date beginning in year 2. Maintenance, utilities, and services. Lessee shall provide and pay for all maintenance, utilities, and services to the property. County shall be responsible for structural maintenance of the roof and utility systems only. Tenant improvements. All improvements or repairs to the property shall be performed by the lessee at the sole cost and expense of lessee. As required under Government Code Section 25528 and pursuant to Government Code Section 6063, a public notice was published for a minimum period of 21 days with an announcement of a public hearing by the County of Imperial scheduled for today, Tuesday, June 16th at 11 a.m., at which time all proposals to lease the subject property shall be considered by the Board of Supervisors. The requested actions are as follows. 1. Conduct a public hearing to consider leasing of real property located at 450 West Dayton Road, Imperial, also identified as a 6.39 acre portion of assessor parcel number 064-230-015. 2. Award the lease offer to the highest written bid or the highest oral bid, which exceeds the highest written proposal by 5%. And 3. Authorize the executive officer to execute the lease agreement upon completion of all paperwork and approval as to form by County Council in order to comply with the 10-day final acceptance period specified within Resolution Number 2026-096. And with that, I'll pass the presentation on to our County Council.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, and Chair and board members. As the next step in the procedure would be to have the clerk open all written bids that have been received, announce the name and the bid. After that's concluded, the chair will have the opportunity to invite oral bids, and as noted, to be successful, they have to exceed 5% of the highest written bid, and after that time, the board will have the opportunity to make decisions.
Okay, clerk, do we have any bids as of this morning?
Chairwoman Board, we do. We received 2 bids. I will proceed to open bid number 1 received from Edward Gaines.
Address the clerk. I misunderstood. I thought it was a proposal, not a bid. So there is no bid in that. It's a usage proposal.
Yes, Chairwoman, as I review the document, it is just a property use proposal without a bid amount included.
Council direction?
So that written bid is non-responsive to the request for bids. However, I would note, once we open up the next written bid, there will be an opportunity to make an oral bid, and that opportunity would still be available to Mr. Gain.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Bid number 2 received from Jordan Tucker. Jordan's Tucker bid has come back to an offer of $1,000 a month for a 15-year lease. Chairwoman Board, I have no more written bids.
So, Chair Price, now would be the time to invite any oral bids from the public. Any oral bid would be required to be at least 5% more than $1,000 a month. You can receive multiple oral bids, but they all have to be increasing by 5%.
Would that be including the bid proposed by Mr. Tucker?
Mr. Tucker's bid is the current bid. Certainly, if Mr. Tucker is present and he is outbid, he could make a oral offer as well.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any oral bids based on that direction? Do we have any oral bids? Okay. All right. Okay.
Chair Price, I do want to let the board know of what their two options are. You now have a lease, a bid for $1,000 a month for what is 14 years, 364 days. The board could make a motion to accept that highest bid and authorize the county executive officer to execute the lease agreement upon completion of all paperwork and approval as deformed by county council. Alternatively, if the board finds that it is in the public's interest to reject all bids and not move forward, it can do so, given reasons why it's in the public's interest. So those are the two options: move forward with the highest bid or reject all bids for this current round of bidding and at some point take other direction or provide other direction.
Council, I have a question. Do we have any additional information on what the bid entails? Or is it just, it's meets the requirements as requested of the public?
You mean the Tucker bid?
Yes.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No.
Oh, sorry. So I'm looking at the bid. However, the bid documents that were provided contain the lease and all the pertinent information regarding how the lease would work. The main issue for you today is the price. That being said, it appears within the bid document that half the building would be dedicated to indoor mini storage units and the other half for commercial sublease. However, the factor for your consideration is the price.
Okay, at this time, do we have any, well, we do. Sorry, Supervisor Escobar?
Thank you, Chair. At the current bid offer, the price per square foot would be 1.5 cents. You can say it.
Ridiculous.
Thank you. So my motion is to decline all bids, withdraw the property, but I would want to resolicit it. I would like direction from our county council.
Direction as to?
My motion would be to reject the current offer at $1,000 because, and I need to justify my rejection. My rejection would be that it would be or constitute a price of 1.5 cents per square foot, which is
ridiculous.
Thank you. But I would also want to entertain future offers for this facility that we are currently paying a significant amount higher than the $1,000 a month that is coming out of general fund coffers. So we would want to resolicit. That would be the direction along with the motion.
Understood.
And please respect the speakers and the audience. Thank you. So, no other comments or questions from the board? We do have a motion and we have a second. What is your motion, Mr. Escobar? For clarification, is that to reject the bid in the public interest due to the amount and resolicit? Is that your
Correct.
motion?
Correct.
All right. And that is seconded by Supervisor Kelly. Please vote. Motion passes. Thank you for those that came on that item. I do appreciate your attendance and participation in the process. Okay. Just want to thank the audience for your patience. We are going to move back to item number 10, discussion of the agenda. Item A, items to be pulled.
None, Madam Chair.
Item B, urgency items to be added.
None, Madam Chair.
And item C, approval of the order of the agenda. We have a motion by Supervisor Escobar, seconded by Supervisor Hawk. Please vote. Motion passes. Item number 11, approval of the consent calendar. I have a motion by Supervisor Escobar, seconded by Supervisor Kelly. Please vote. Motion passes. Item number 12, approval of the consent budget. I have a motion by Supervisor Cardenas Singh, seconded by Supervisor Escobar. Please vote. Motion passes. Item number 13, approval of the official proceedings for June 2nd, 2026. Motion by Supervisor Hawk, seconded by Supervisor Kelly. Please vote. Motion passes. Item number 14, department announcements.
Madam Chair, we do have a couple of departments. The first one would be Lindsay Dale with the Register of Voters.
Good morning, Board. Lindsay Dale, Registrar of Voters. Just a quick update on the June 2nd election. So we had 25,419 ballots that were tabulated and counted, reflecting in our reports that have been online. That's about 27% participation. Not very high. California participation across the state was only at 41%. So very low participation across the state as well. There are still approximately 325 challenge ballots that are out there. These are ballots that were returned to us with either no signatures on the ballots or the signatures do not match that signature that we do have on file. The question has come up many times by a couple of you on the board here, some people from the audience, about us checking signatures. Just to reiterate what I've said so many times before, we check 100% of these signatures. So if a signature comes across our machines, our desks, our review that do not match, we do send them a letter. They are not accepted until we can cure those ballots. Voters with challenge ballots have until June 24th to submit their cure letter. Everyone has been notified by mail. If we do have their email or phone number, we have also done our due diligence in trying to notify them any way we can. If we know people on that list, we give them a call as well. So any way we can get a hold of them, we do. If a person is concerned that their ballot has not been counted, please give us a call. We do encourage all voters to register on Ballot Tracks, which is a very simple website, where'smyballot.com. And this will give you notifications when the ballots are sent to you, when the ballot is received by us, and then when we accept the ballot, or if it's rejected as well. We were finished counting our ballots. I have to just brag about our department. We were finished counting ballots on Wednesday of this week, of last week. So it was about a week it took us. Very proud of the department. They worked very hard to get that done. Again, we're still waiting those challenge ballots, and we cannot certify until July 2nd. That is California law. So even though we are finished, we still cannot certify officially until July 2nd. So we will do that promptly when we can. Okay? Any questions?
No questions. Thank you, and we appreciate you and your staff for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I did reach out to the lady from Winter Haven, gave her my card, so we'll be talking with her.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
And next will be Barry Bean at the Executive Office.
Morning, Madam Chair, Board, and members in attendance. Last week, the county delegation visited Washington, D.C., and we'd like to provide an update on some of the meetings that occurred in the areas that we're focused on while in Washington, D.C. We did have meetings with all of our congressional representatives, including Senator Alex Padilla, Senator Adam Schiff, and Congressman Dr. Raul Ruiz. The meetings were focused on advancing some of our critical infrastructure and the funding opportunities that we would really like to have support on from those different departments, as well as with their internal staff, and understanding the different opportunities we can share with grants and upcoming initiatives with our community, the departments and organizations that may want to apply for those. We also discovered that there are opportunities that may be coming up soon that we want to share, related specifically to infrastructure, roads, bridges, and community initiatives. We discussed Lithium Valley energy minerals and the workforce opportunities that come from that. Additionally, we provided information to all of our representatives that had advocated for some of the funds that we're looking to seek and improve in the airport. As one example, security measures, as well as our new river preliminary engineering study. We wanted to express appreciation to both senators who have put forward initiatives for that. We also have an opportunity with Congressman Ruiz, who's looking at expanding services for our veterans, and we're hoping that those funds do get approved. Additionally, we did have many regional discussions. We did have a tour that went up to Loudoun County, and that was just with our internal team that was visiting. The reason for that visit was to really discover more of the lessons learned of that region. That region is 60% rural with an extensive amount of farming. They still have 180,000 acres of farming and over 800 farms, some years up to 1,200 farms depending on the year and depending on what they're growing. What we wanted to learn more about was having conversations with the people that are in that region, and to hear how data centers and how infrastructure has impacted or affected them. So we did due diligence on both challenges and opportunities, as well as talking about some of the guidelines that have been put in place in that area and proximity of data centers to their residents. We also participated in the Benchmarks Conference. This is an ongoing conference that really brings together the leaders, not only from the U.S., but from around the world, focused on critical minerals. And we listened to some of the needs, supply, and demand that are expected for critical minerals, as well as energy and advanced manufacturing in the coming year. We had a meeting with the Bureau of Land Management. As some of you may be aware, we work very closely with the BLM here in our county. Our region is 64% federally owned land that's operated by the BLM. So we had conversations with them about geothermal and about critical minerals, as well as about the permitting process. Here in California, we talk a lot about CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, The federal equivalent of that is NEPA. And so there is overlap when we have project development here that's on federal land with NEPA and CEQA. So we had conversations about that. And we were pleased to be joined by Deputy Director Bill Groffey, as well as the Geothermal Advisory team while there. Additionally, we had conversations with the U.S. Homeland Security and Border Patrol. We hear from a lot of our residents and business owners about the challenges they have in crossing over the border, especially at the Calexico East port of entry. Those times can be challenging in the morning, and the wait times can be problematic for business and for residents trying to get to work, or for those that live across the border that are coming across for work. So we did raise concerns with that team, and we anticipate having ongoing conversations with our local Border Patrol officers here to continue to try to talk about the opportunities to improve those. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Next.
Chairwoman, we have Belen with APCD and Gil.
Good morning, Board. Gil Rebler, Deputy CEO. Before I introduce Air Pollution Control Officer Belen Leon to talk about SB 675, some background. SB 675 was introduced last year as a bill related to beverage container recycling. On June 1st, it was substantially amended to focus on the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District. As amended, the bill proposes significant changes to the district's governance structure, operational duties, transparency requirements, implementation responsibilities, and administrative framework. The one point of concern in our letter of opposition, and I'll touch on that, was the timeline. On June 1st, on June 1st, the bill was introduced without consultation with either the county administration nor the Air Pollution Control Office, nor with we believe a majority of the cities in the Imperial County, despite the major implications on the governance and operations of our Air Pollution Control Office. A week later, on June 7th, it was heard in the Assembly Committee on Natural Resources. So we only had essentially Monday. We've identified this bill impacting our county operations, and a week later, we have an opportunity to voice our concerns, which were identified. So I know there was a comment regarding the letter submitted through our legislative ad hoc, but it was important that the county voice our concerns with the bill that we had no input on, nor consultation on, that has major impacts, like I said, not just on governance, but the operations of the Air Pollution Control Office and the staff that would have to manage these changes. So we did submit a letter, and as well as Belen, Air Pollution Control Officer, did attend. And like I said, if we had not, our concerns would not have been voiced, as there was provisions in there in regards to permitting, in regards to the fiscal impacts on the department that we had to get on record. But I also think it goes into this time frame when it's introduced on a Monday and you only have 7 days. Perhaps it wasn't more of a response; it was more of a reaction. But we had to get that on the record to the committee hearing this on the concerns operationally and governance-wise. There was also concern in the regards to the makeup of the body. The bill is proposing to have one county representation, seven incorporated cities. A concern also is rural representation. I think it was touched somewhat indirectly in a previous public comment in regards to Quetzal and the tribal representation. As of now, you have 7 incorporated cities, 1 county, and 3 representing different sectors. The 5 governing members of this governing body represent all corners of our unincorporated areas, essentially the rural areas of our county. Changing that and having only 1, now you only have 1 elected individual representing all from the northeast, west, south of our unincorporated areas. So there are, like I said, those concerns and how this came to be. It will now be heard in appropriations scheduled next. There hasn't been a date. It could possibly be next week, or it could be after they return. And so we will continue to voice our concerns. And I think one also was a lack of collaboration or consultation. I think that's one thing we can agree on. A bill that is going to significantly impact operations as well as staff deserves more time than a week. And so we stated that clearly in the letter, and we will continue to state that to bring together the author, and not just the county as a government, but those included and referenced in the bill to ensure that the bill, however it does end up, takes in consideration a holistic and big picture of the concerns that are expressed by us in the letter that was just submitted, as well as future letter. So Belen will talk about the operational impacts, but I did want to give you that context and how that letter came to be, and it will come before you in a future meeting to be ratified.
Hi, good afternoon. Belen Leon, Air Pollution Control Officer. As Gil mentioned, on June 8th, I was in Sacramento advocating for the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District and the Imperial County as a whole, opposing to the legislation SB 675. Well, this proposal does two things, and I'm just going to do a little bit of reiterate what Gil says. It restructures the current Imperial County APCD board from being all county supervisors to have a mix of local elected officials along with representatives. And two, it targets Title V permits, requires the APCD to public post a variety of permit air quality information on its website for public access separate from from Imperial County. Meaning this bill is modeled through the AB 423, Gloria Garcia, which is in San Diego, and it was implemented a few years back. The Air Pollution Control District has concerns with the reforms that would restructure the APCD to be more like a metropolitan area without having the population, the large number of permittees, and the funding to support the mandating changes of SB 675. And that's the major concern for the Air Pollution Control District. And I'm just going to go a little bit on the cost. Just as a reminder, we still have to do a cost analysis on this. But this is just briefly doing a research because we did have to include some of the budget to the appropriations letter. So there will be one-time cost bared on the AB 675 on the list of requirements that they need for us. For instance, website redesign, public documents, complaint systems, public ambient air quality data separation from the county, government board agenda systems. So those are only a few. That would cost at least $1.5 million. One-time cost of office building. We do not have the capacity to include budget, accounting, IT, and rest of the list in our building at this time. We would have to move from that building, build a new building, find land in order to reconstruct the APCD and move it away from the air pollution, from the county itself. As it is right now, and I do have why I have these numbers, but it's about $20 million just to do a building itself, just to move out of where we're at right now. Then we have ongoing costs of approximately $4.5 million a year, the leasing of the land, or the leasing of the mortgage. The different positions that we should carry out: clerk of the board, public information officer, accounting, budget, executive management, council, IT support, utilities, building, retirement system, health system, and benefits. All that we would move away from the county. So it's a cost to the Air Pollution Control District. There's also an annual cost for independent financial audits and insurance that we go through, about $600,000. And I know I'm going a lot of a budget, but that's one of the main reasons. SB 675, it's not, well, there's monitoring costs that we have, approximately $410,000 annually as well. So the implications: APCD does not have the budget to meet the expectations of SB 675. Yes, our current budget indicates $23 million. But about $20 million of those are grant money already allocated for projects here in the Imperial Valley. So that, do the math, it does not leave us with a lot of operating expenses. Budget in order to do our own air pollution control district. Who do we service? We have authority to construct permits, 108. Permits to operate, 781. Ag burn permits, 178. And then we have a grand total of all the permits at 1,119. And that's not including Title V permits, which is 8 of them, and then minus 1 because Spreckle Sugars was a Title V, and now they will be closed. In order to meet these expectations for under SB 675, the APCD also needs to increase fees, and this is just an approximate, 40% to the permittees that we have in our system. That's only just to carry out our operating costs of everything that I just mentioned. In order to meet these expectations, we also have to charge a per capita to the cities here in the Imperial County. And just as an idea, not an idea, just as an example that I had to do quick numbers, for example, the city of El Centro would have to be charged $880,000 annually in order for us to maintain ourselves. So it's not only looking at a source, it's looking at the whole entire Imperial County and the impact that's going to have to our sources, to our industry, to our mom and pop shops. What do we also service? Mom and pop shops, which is the paint booths. We service hospitals. We service manufacturing, paint foods, power plants, non-retail gasoline stations, batch plants, asphalt plants, beef feedlots, dairies, seeds and mills, hay compressing, incinerators, landfills, soil, mining, miscellaneous. I mean, practically we are everywhere. But in order for us to get our own building, we would have to impact everybody else here in Imperial County. And at this time, I don't think we're ready for that. So SB 675, yes, we're opposing to it at this time.
If I can add on a few things, we do want to acknowledge that, in the initial bill was a provision essentially putting a freeze on the issuing of Title V permits. The senator did hear our concerns and did verbally commit to removing that provision as it moves forward through the assembly. But also keep in mind the governing body doesn't issue those permits. It is through the air pollution control officer. And although there was concerns on the impact, if that had stayed in there, the impact on economic development, but public utility and public infrastructure also goes through Title V permits. So it could have also impacted just public infrastructure in itself. And so he did remove that provision. He did listen to or acknowledge our concerns in that initial letter. But also, and we understand there's precedents with San Diego and whatnot, but it's also, like I said, those realities fiscally and operationally. But also what was amended in the Assembly Committee was the implementation from 2 years. It was initially a 2-year time frame to now a 1-year time frame. So everything that is in that bill, which I said there's precedents for through San Diego County, but now within 1 year for the Air District with a completely new governing body to now implement, and what impacts would that have? And so when I looked at the bill that changed the governing body of San Diego, they did have a 2-year time frame actually, but discussions were being had continuously leading up to that point. So it was a longer pathway, I guess, and for us to have now this limited 1 year, but in itself the bill just being surprising us makes it more difficult. So with that being said, like I said, There is ideas that we've had that we'll discuss with Berlin and the administration on amending on possible amendments to ensure rural representation, to provide dedicated state funding for these requirements that are in this bill that will have impacts, to perhaps extend the implementation timeline, to clarify staffing, legal, HR if it's removed from the county structure, but also require meaningful consultation with not just the County of Imperial, but the community at large before final amendments or further advancement. So it started the conversation. I think we're all in agreement. We want to work with our legislators, both the state and as you were last week with our federal. And so it's continuing this conversation, but ensuring that we're being heard as well as those that you represent.
Right, and just to end this, we are extremely disappointed that Senator Padilla did not come to us and discuss this prior to, together with the City of Imperial. We could have gone to a solution that would work for both of us, or work for the entire Imperial County Air Pollution Control District and the Imperial County itself. So dialogue, discussion, communication, I think is key. Because this will hurt, like I mentioned, the whole Imperial County, not only just the Air Pollution Control District or the board. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes. Thank you for that presentation. It's very discouraging that this conversation didn't happen prior to, and I just personally want to apologize. I would have been there with you on Monday in Sacramento had we not already had arrangements to do our advocacy trip in Washington, D.C. I thought there would be staff there with you, but I am grateful that you were there on our behalf and voiced our opposition and the reasons why. For clarification, we're talking just an estimate, right, of $23 million to roll this out, and now we've gone from 2 years down to 1 year with the removal of the Title V component. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But we've got a verbal, we don't actually have that in writing.
No, and that's another thing we're waiting for. Yes, it was approved or passed and voted on June 8th, but we have not seen anything in writing from Senator Padilla or their council.
And projects, just for the general public, what type of projects does your department do for our communities?
It's under AB 617 project, which is a lot of them that you've seen here for approval. We do paving projects, tree projects, electric charging projects, buses. We work a lot with schools, and this would affect also schools as well. And many others that come through AB 617 or local projects itself. But those are the major ones, just that we finished the town site 1 and 2 for the sidewalks. I mean, those are huge projects. There's one coming in Sealy that's part of that 23 million as well. So a lot of these monies that are grant fundings that are in our budget, they're already allocated for projects here in the valley.
So I think that's a very strong point that we need to deliver for those that are involved in this legislation in terms of the impact to Imperial County and how we struggle to get projects completed out in our communities to improve the quality of life for our citizens. And this is something that would negatively impact us to the point where we could not roll out these types of projects. Sidewalks in the town site of Sealy, sidewalks in Heber, parking lots that are dirt that can be covered, various projects, park projects, right? I know that there were some grants that were allocated to our parks in even our unincorporated areas.
Greening projects as well.
Greening projects.
Nonetheless, an increase to the permit fees, which is a huge impact.
And thank you, because that's where I'm going. Mm-hmm. So the cost of this is going to come on the backs of our citizens, including those that are running businesses that have to be permitted. Mm-hmm. That's correct. And I'm correct in saying that?
Yes, you are correct.
So I think you've been given some feedback, at least from myself. Other board members may want to comment. Actually, we have John Hawk, who's been in the queue here waiting to speak. But I hope I made myself clear how
Thank you.
the impacts need to be emphasized in terms of this bill. Thank you. Mr. Mr.
Yes.
Hawk?
Thank you. Belen, you did mention that we did not hear from Senator Padilla's office.
No, we did not.
And I think if he is representing us, that is very troublesome for each of us. Obviously, we're seeing today that collaboration is important. I mean, if people have the right to know, people have the right to understand where their elected officials are voting, what they're introducing. And this is something that would seriously affect existing business here in Imperial County. The ag community would be seriously affected. Every air permit that we have, every ordinance that we have would be affected. And if those would be raised, we are seriously hurting an industry that's been a backbone in our county for 120 years. So, I mean, we already have enough expenses and costs, and this would seriously affect that. Those costs would go up. Even now, we're looking at issues of survivability in our farm economy, mainly from commodity prices. So, I mean, we don't have necessarily a corn price, a wheat price, alfalfa price, grass prices in seed. We're struggling there to throw this on a community, an ag community, without any collaboration is a travesty. And it's brought on for a different reason. So we have to look at, a community that's trying to survive, and we don't need more regulations and that type of thing. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Yes, one more. Supervisor Cardenas-Singh?
Ms. Belen, I just wanted to get a little more clarity because, and I'm very proud and excited about our SB 617 projects that have taken place as far as sidewalk improvements, but I don't understand the correlation that you made that between SB 675, that this would impact SB 17. I don't see the correlation.
There was a letter that was sent to us initially after the fact that it indicated that we had $23 million in our budget. But they don't see the back end of it or where those 23 million are coming from or where they're allocated. So the point was that we have money in order to do this separation, and we do not. That money is allocated. It's not an operating expenses. It's not our usual expenses. I mean, from 23, you could subtract 3, and that's our operating expenses. So there's no way we could follow at this time what SB 675 requirements are.
I still don't understand the correlation because SB 617 would have an operating budget to complete the project. So if the project for Heber second phase was $2.4 million, how would that project be impacted if SB 75 were to go through? And the projects for Heber are done.
Right.
I'm talking about the projects that are in the queue, which would be Sealy in the north end. So I don't get the correlation.
The correlation of the amount of money that was stated in that letter that we received, and they do not see the back end of it. They do not see how that money is allocated elsewhere. Those 23 million encompasses AB 617 monies, encompasses tag money that we have there for El Centro and Calexico, and other DMV monies that we have in there. They're just looking at our budget as a whole. They did not see the budget broken down into what those monies meant. So it's not necessarily that it's going to affect AB 617, but it's they encompassing everything together. They're putting everything in one pot, and they didn't see how we were going to allocate those fundings.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Comment from or question from our executive office?
Supervisor Singh, it may help to know that the letter implied that we have an additional 23 million available, not recognizing that it was tied up with grant funding.
Correct.
Chair, we do have a request for a public comment by Christian Salgado.
Ms. Salgado?
Hello, good afternoon.
So my name is Christian Salgado, and I also had the opportunity to be in Sacramento to support SB 675. So I felt that I would take some time right now to speak about that because it feels like only one perspective is being presented today. And I look forward to the ratifying of this letter. I feel like residents would overwhelmingly be in support of SB 675. So I'm very disappointed that we're not ratifying that letter today. It would have been a good meeting to do that. For nearly a decade, I have been involved with the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District as a member of the public advocating not only for clean air, but also for better governance. I can honestly say that the opportunity for meaningful participation has historically been non-existent for the average resident. For those who try to engage like myself, it remains an uphill battle when official avenues for participation are intentionally limited and the decision-making power is concentrated among a small group of stakeholders, many whom oppose this bill. I went through all the opposition letters, so I know exactly where the line is drawn for the Board of Supervisors. Through my experience serving on the participation in AB 617, I was on that board from the beginning for 4 years. I am a hearing board member appointed by Escobar, but I stepped away because I have kids. So I know exactly how these decisions are made. Awfully heavily influenced by industry interests and can lead to decisions that impact an entire region, including communities that never had a meaningful seat at the table. So what is this bill? This bill is about a meaningful seat at the table. This is especially concerning for Imperial County residents where we're faced with some of the most worst air quality in California. At the same time, Imperial County is being proposed as a center of Lithium Valley and all these AI data center projects. Those are the future of permitting. So we're talking about the 180 whatever permits. We're talking about all the permitting that's going to have to take place for Lithium Valley in addition for data centers. So many of these projects are currently being challenged in court. So even more reason for better representation, transparency, and accountability from our air district. So I would say clean air is a fundamental right and good governance is essential to achieve it. If you want Lithium Valley, if you want data centers, you need to invest and we need a better air district that's separate from the Board of Supervisors. And it's very evident. So I have a little bit more to speak. SB 675 will help ensure that the diversity of voices make up Imperial County are heard and the Air Pollution Control District operates with greater accountability and transparency. And my last bit of words, I don't think all the cities are going to be opposed to this bill. I think they're grappling with it. I agree with you. Short time span, short turnaround. But I think there's many cities that are going to be also in support of SB 675. So take that into consideration. Thank you.
May I respond to that? Real quick.
Yes, you may.
I understand change. Change is important. But change is also important under the Air Pollution Control District to be in the middle, industry and community. And that's where we're at. And that's my position. And with communication, again, it didn't have to get all the way to where we're at right now. With communication with Senator Padilla, I think we could have found a middle ground. And still, as you as a governing board, an expanded one would be an option. I mean, there's options. So I still look forward for dialogue with Senator Padilla to see how we could come to a resolution.
Yeah, I do want just one more thing on the, the funding. I know we talked about the grants and the differentiate. I think, in our letters, provide dedicated state funding for those mandates within there, because I think the grants are specific for certain things, but then when you add all these operational mandates with the staff that they have now, it may take operationally from those different grants, programs, and staffing. So although maybe not directly impacting like that funding, it may take it from the operations point, because as of now, the Air District has these grants that can only be used for that, and that leaves that little general fund or that little amount to for staffing and operations. And so when you're adding these mandates of, I know there's hotlines, websites, modernization, which there are precedents, without some funding for resources and investment to accomplish these, there is going to be a strain on the staffing and the operations. And so it's also just incorporating that. Like I said, there's precedents for what they're asking, but there are realities in how we can accomplish those, and especially when it comes fiscally.
And Mr. Rebular, for clarification, is there any discussion about these changes being funded, or is this another unfunded mandate?
There is language, but from our review, there wasn't dedicated. And so one of the asks is dedicated funding to accomplish these. Like I said, these aren't the asks within the mandates are not, other air districts are doing them. But if they want to us to do those same things, there needs to be investment to accomplish them. And so we want to ensure that there's dedicated funding for our air district, not just to modernize the services, but also to bring in workforce and employment to get these things done. And especially within the time frame, if it was in a year, then that means that we're really going to have to get a shot to of funding to get these things done. Now, if it's spread out 2 years, 3 years, we can phase it in. But if it's going to be continued to have that 1 year, we really need to ensure that financial component is codified and allocated to our air district to get it to accomplish them.
Thank you. Supervisor Cardenas-Singh?
Yes, Ms. Boleyn, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the great work that you do and your staff. And I know they're so dedicated, and everyone works diligently to provide and to improve quality of life. Just for reassurance, just to share with you, I am meeting with Senator Padilla on Friday at 10 a.m. so that we can have that discussion. I do have some notes. I'd be happy to meet with you. If you'd like to share any additional information, I'd be happy to do so. My name was signed to a letter that I had not seen or approved, so I like to make decisions based on the information that's before me. I'd be happy to meet with you before Friday. If you could please make time for me, I'd be happy to have that appointment with you.
Thank you. Yes, definitely.
Supervisor Hawk?
I would like to add, Martha, if you meet with Senator Padilla, that we need to understand that our county is much different than San Diego County. And we have an air basin that we share with Mexico. We are a farming community. We do a lot of disking, spraying. We do many things that are different than San Diego. So to say that one district, one air district fits all does not match. We have very different basic operations here. We are an agricultural community. They are not. They have very minimal farming. And so we would need to look at differences where if we were to mimic their air district, that could be a big issue. We're struggling right now where we are. We don't need extra costs, extra regulations, extra things that will put our farming community at risk. Thank you.
Supervisor, excuse me, we're having a conversation here. Please be respectful. Supervisor Cardenas-Singh?
Mr. Hawk, it would be a great opportunity for you to reach out to him and have that conversation. You have your constituents that you support and advocate for, and what a great opportunity to have communication. Communication goes both ways.
Thank you. I'd be happy to.
Okay. Thank you both for the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have another request from Supervisor Kelly.
Glenn, could you, our air district, so we have a SIP and a national, I can't remember what the SIP stands for, but we have a designation within our air pollution reporting annually that classifies a but-for. Could you tell?
Yeah.
So there's a classification in our annual reporting. Could you share with everyone the but-for clause that's in our reporting?
Sure. So it's a state implementation plan. Every air district has to submit a state and implementation plan to the California Air Resources Board, which is then forwarded to the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. So in that state implementation plan, we have to address what's going on in Imperial County, right? From all the sources we have, the impact we have, emission reductions, emission increases. And the but-for is basically stating that it's emissions from Mexico, we would be in attainment, but for emissions from Mexico. So under our Air Quality Task Force, we do work together with Mexico binationally to assist. However, we're limited because we're the U.S. So we don't have the full jurisdiction in Mexico to implement a lot of projects. But the 179B, it's the but for Mexico.
I have Supervisor Hawk and Supervisor Cardenas Singh. Did you want to speak, or if you could remove your names from there? Thank you. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That was very informative, and looking forward to the next set of dialogue regarding the impacts of this bill to Imperial County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Miss Burden, please follow the decorum rules of this board. Thank you. Or you can step out. Thank you. You could, yes. Thank you. Moving on to our action calendar, number 15, discussion and action regarding a 3-year Behavioral Health Services Act integrated plan for fiscal year 26-29. Ms. Plancarte, thank you.
I am here with Christian Gonzalez, who I would like for him to join me. And also sitting here is Kitsia Romero, who has been instrumental in developing this integrated plan. So we're here to present a 3-year plan, and I'm going to give a little bit of the history. In 2004, the state of California passed Prop 63, which allowed for us to implement the MHSA Mental Health Services Act. Under that plan, there was a lot of involvement from the community for counties to develop plans that were going to be specific to the needs of that community with stakeholder input. And Imperial County did that. For 20 years, all counties in California were implementing the MHSA plan. And those were approved by the board. They were presented to the board as far as, what Imperial County was doing. It was a plan that was specific to MHSA services. In 2024, Proposition 1 passed, and there was a change. Instead of calling it the MHSA plan, we were going to transition into a BHSA plan, the Behavioral Health Services Act plan. And what this is once we start in departments across California, when we talk about Mental Health Services Act, it just refers to mental health. When we talk about behavioral health services, it includes substance use. So this is one of the things that the goal of the BHSA plan is to really integrate all of the services and all of the funding that behavioral health receives instead of seeing it as a separate plan. So the whole idea is to reform and to modernize what we were doing There were differences in what we were doing. There was recommendations that we include substance use, that we address more the homelessness. So in 2024, this passed under Proposition 1, and with the goal to really expand our continuum of care, to increase access to care, that we focus more on individuals that are high risk or that have a higher need of services, that we address the homelessness of vulnerable populations, and also that there's more accountability and transparency into what we do as a behavioral health department. So just to put it into context, BHSA came to California at the same time that a lot of initiatives have come into place, and they're calling this a transformation of the behavioral health system. We are no longer considered, the only players when it comes to behavioral health. This includes also the managed care plans, public health, and the whole idea is that we are doing a lot more in conjunction so that we know we're serving the same populations, and that we're working with the courts when it comes to initiatives like CARE Act. We're working with the Sheriff's Department when it comes to individuals in the justice system with probation. So it's really modernizing and changing the way we've been doing business. We're more mobile. We have a number of mobile services in the community. So it's really part of what the state has been investing in California behavioral health. And some of the things that we have seen, it's also the BSHIP grants that were put in place so that we could expand services, that we could bring facilities like we're doing with a residential facility, and just the actual program. So just to give you an overview of some of the changes, and I'm sorry that I put so many initials, but I'm going to try to explain. Under MHSA, the only focus was on mental health, like I mentioned, with BHSA substance use included. We had 5 components, and they all received specific funding: community service and supports, prevention and early intervention, innovation, workforce education and training, capital facilities, and technological needs. All of those were the required components. Under BHSA, that it's changing. They're giving us 3 buckets, and they're telling us specifically how much we're supposed to spend in each of those buckets. One is housing at 30%, full service partnership, which are our highest risk population, is at 35%, and specific interventions that we have to do under that component. And under behavioral health services and supports, they're including all the other components. If you notice, we used to have prevention and early intervention, PEI. The P is gone. Prevention is gone and moved away from behavioral health. And now it's going to go into public health. So under behavioral health, we continue under that bucket: early intervention, workforce and education, capital facilities and technological needs, innovations, and systems of care. Before, we used to do an annual report that was specific for our expenditures. Now and you're going to be hearing this word a lot, the BODER. It's the annual behavioral health outcomes accountability and transparency report. So this report, we're going to have to report all the funding of all the different fundings that behavioral health gets, and also information on the outcomes, on the things that we said we were going to do, who we're going to serve. So they're going to be measuring if we're making progress on the goals that we have established for behavioral health. And also there's, because of how they're now allocating the funding, before it was only specific individuals that could qualify. Now all individuals coming into behavioral health deserve to have the same opportunities for some of the benefits that BHSA wants them to have. Like if somebody needs assistance with education, it's not only for a specific population. We could give it for other individuals that we see they're experiencing a need at any time in their life. The state has also identified specific population, specific goals that we have to focus on. The red ones, if you see here, it's access to care, untreated behavioral health condition, institutionalization, homelessness, justice involvement, and removal of children from home. Those are goals that we have to address within behavioral health. Then they gave us we were responsible to select an additional one. And the goal that was selected for Imperial County was the care experience. It doesn't mean that we're not working on the other areas, but based on the numbers and the feedback from the community, those are the 7 that we will be addressing in our integrated plan. So here are the populations that, you know what, this is an old presentation, but I'll go ahead and cover this. So these are the populations that the state has identified, specific for adults and specific for children. And the focus will be on homelessness, criminal justice involvement, incarceration, conservatorship, child welfare involvement, and institutionalization, reducing individuals being placed and hospitalized. So what are the new requirements for the IP? So these are new changes compared to what we were doing before. Some of the requirements, like I mentioned before, is that we include all the funding. Behavioral health is one of the most complex departments with different funding options. So this includes BHSA, opioid settlements, SAMHSA grants, PATH grants, realignment, Medi-Cal, and other funds that we get. The requirement that we continue to provide input, obtain input from the community. Now it was very specific to some of the agencies that we needed to conduct interviews with some of the leadership. That these goals needed to, whatever plan we developed, needed to align with the state established goals, and that we also needed to look at the goals that the managed care plans and public health are developing, and we needed to consider that when we develop our plan. Small counties under 2,000 population were given specific exemptions that we could request to be exempt from doing evidence-based models or from the housing interventions. Behavioral health did not request any exemptions, but if we did, we would be required to put it as part of the plan. The additional requirements was that we needed to obtain approval from the CEO before submitting a draft to the state, which we did. We did a presentation for the CEO and some of the staff. And also I needed to certify that we were going to be in compliance with all state federal laws. And then the last one is that we were going to bring it to this board for approval and certification of our plan. So our integrated plan, our behavioral health plan, is basically took into consideration, we contracted with HMA, Health Management Associates, so they've been working with us for a year. And during this year, they did an analysis of our current system, what we were doing with MHSA, what we were doing with all the programs that behavioral health implements. And they worked on developing, surveys, focus groups. So here is a list of the things that they did during the first part of the year, about six months, so that we could get a better sense of what the community was concerned about, what were the things that we needed to improve, and also look at our current system. So the key themes during the stakeholder process was, first of all, the workforce shortage that we continue to experience. We're very happy that we just had a graduation from San Diego State, and we see a number of therapists coming, but we continue to struggle. Barriers with access to care, housing instability, fragmented system that we have for just mental health and also for substance use, concerns about crisis services, prevention and early interventions, and the opportunities that we need to take advantage of to improve our system by collaborating with other agencies. It's not moving. So this is our plan under the FSP, the Full Service Partnership. The intent is to address the needs of those very high-risk populations, that individuals that keep coming or we don't engage into our system, that we are doing a very good job at engaging them, at assessing, treating them, and keeping them engaged in treatment. Because these are usually considered the individuals that cost counties the most because they keep coming or they don't get better, they don't stay engaged. The state has given us specific evidence-based models that we have to implement for those populations. So some of them are for children, adolescents, adults. This is the list. Some of them will focus on, reducing the placement of kids out of county. Others to reduce involvement in the criminal justice system, and others just to make sure they stay engaged and that we are providing intensive care, others specific for substance use. Under our behavioral health services and support, which is another 35%, where we are keeping our early intervention, we're keeping a lot of the services that we were providing before. So one of the things that happened, that prevention were services that we were contracting out for outreach and engagement. So those will have the opportunity to now work with public health if that's what they find it's needed. But for us, under early intervention, we'll continue with Casa Serena, the mobile units, services in the jail for Steps to Success, which we provide in the elementary schools. We will continue with our wellness center and other supports, workforce and education, capital facilities, and technological needs. Now, this one is a new one for us because this is behavioral health had funding for housing. But many times our county and many counties across California were not really investing in a lot of the things, and now the state has given us guidance. You could do landlord leases, master leases. You could pay for some of the projects that in other times we wouldn't have paid, like repairing damage at times caused by our clients, and it also gives us the possibility of save some of the funding, not spend it all, if we wanted to do a capital investment, buying a building. So these are things that the state's telling us you need to put in place, but they don't have to be done effective July 1st. It's giving us an option to work on them until the following year, 2029. And they have specific requirements under the housing component that we must spend 50% of the housing in individuals with chronic homelessness. So we have to make sure that we target that population, that we do more outreach, that we try to get them off the streets. And 25%, it's the money that we could save if we wanted to do a capital investment. They also have some allowable settings where we can continue to fund housing for some individuals that are in a more permanent housing long-term, and there are others that they're limiting. And I think that's great because many times we were just doing patchwork where we were giving motel vouchers. And so they're saying if you're going to do that, you can only do it for so long, because the goal of this new component is to really keep and move people from that permanent from that temporary into a more permanent housing option. So this is what our continuum of care would look like. At the bottom, and this is where we are looking at doing a lot of the work to prevent people from moving up into our continuum of care is doing a lot of early intervention. And we've seen a lot of success with our Casa Serena and the mobile units, where we are preventing people from being homeless, from ending up in our triage unit as a crisis, from being hospitalized. So we realize a lot of times individuals need short-term interventions, some assistance with what's causing the stress so that they don't go and develop more severe mental illness. So the focus will be at the bottom. Across this, we have all of our services that we provide our mental health clients under specialty mental health. So individuals across all stages will still would still qualify for behavioral health service and supports. And as you move to the top and we see that individuals are higher risk, that's where we go into the full service partnership when we need to implement those very intense evidence-based models that the state is asking that we implement. And we would then, the whole goal is at the top of our pyramid is those placements, hospitalizations that we want to prevent people from getting to that higher level of care. It's not going to be something that we're going to eliminate, but we want the numbers to be lower. And that's one of the areas that the state identified in Imperial County. We have a high number of placement of children in foster care, out-of-home placement, and also on conservatorship. So this will be our target, that we want to prevent or reduce the numbers in that area. So I'm going to ask Christian to come and talk about the fiscal impacts. We are changing definitely everything we do as far as how we cut the pie.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cristian Gonzalez, a behavioral health manager responsible for the fiscal and purchasing units at the behavioral health services. Okay, so is there any impact with this implementation? Yes, short answer is yes, there's a 5% reduction. If we compare what we receive right now for MHSA within the new BHSA implementation, the reason for that 5% is because with the current structure, MHSA, well, the state keeps 5% out of the full amount that is available for MHSA. They keep 5% for state administration. And the remaining 95% goes to the counties, and then it's divided by 90% to the PI, prevention, early intervention, 5% to innovation, 76% to the CSS, which is the community services and support. But now with the BHSA, the state will keep 10%. And out of the 10%, they keep 3% for the administration for the state, and also for prevention, as Letty mentioned, 4%, and the behavioral health workforce HCI, which is the healthcare and access information. So the remaining 90% goes to the counties, and also we split it out between the three new components that Letty just mentioned, which is the housing intervention, the FSP, and the behavioral health services and support. So the next slide will show the same percentages, but in funding sources, or actual monies. So we are anticipating to receive about $18 million for MHSA for current year. And that means that 76% out of that $18 million goes to the CSS, which is about $13.4 million. PI, about 3.4, 19%, and innovation, about 900,000. And also another two components under MHSA is CFTN and WET, and we can transfer money from the CSS component as needed to these two components. And this is how it's going to look like with the new BHSA. We are anticipating also to receive about the same amount, about $18 million. Out of that, it will be split between the three components, being 30% housing, about $5.4 million, 6.3 for the FSP, and 6.3 million for the behavioral health services and support, making a total of $18 million. These are estimated amounts. And as Letty, our director, was mentioning, a new requirement for the counties is that now we need to report all funding sources and how we use those funding sources to provide those services or to support those services. Before, with the MHSA, we were only needed to report how we use the MHSA funding, but now they're asking counties how we're using all funding streams. So that's why, if you look at the screen, this is the new funding structure for behavioral health. On top, we have the department, and on the left side, we have the funding sources, which is the specialty mental health, which is pretty much federal medical, capital projects, 4 capital projects funded by BHCIP. We have 4 trust funds, the SUD, opioid settlement funds, and the realignment 1991 and 2011. And on the right-hand side, we see the BHSA structure that we mentioned before, housing 30%, 35% for the FSP, and 35% for the behavioral health services and support. Thank you. Now we're going to touch bases on some flexibilities between the MHSA and the BHSA, and major changes that I can tell you. For MHSA, MHSA was intended to be the last resort. That means that we have to use any funding sources before we really can take any money from the BHSA. That means we have to use federal medical before, realignment 1991, 2011, any grant funding sources, and any other revenue available. And then we can use MHSA. Obviously, this created a challenge for our department because at the end of the fiscal year, not all the time we use all the MHSA monies. So that created a rollover for many years. And also with the MHSA is not flexible. That means that we cannot transfer monies within buckets. Within those components, we cannot. Let's say we need monies from the CSS. There's no way that we can transfer from the innovation into the CSS. And also, as part of the MHSA requirements, we need to create and maintain a prudent reserve, which is some type of trust fund for the MHSA monies only. And we can only transfer to the prudent reserve from the CSS component, not for the other ones. And this is, and for the next slide, with the BHSA, it is really different because the major change here and for the benefit of our department is that the BHSA is no longer the last resort. That means that we can use BHSA before we use federal medical, before we use realignment. And the benefit of that is because we can preserve or save some realignment. Because the realignment has more spending flexibility, and we can use it to support some other programs and some other contracts providers. So, and also we can make transfer between components now. Let's say at the end of the fiscal year, we can transfer up to 7% from one of the buckets, FSP, into the behavioral health services and support if we need to, up to 14% maximum for one of the components. And also now we can transfer into the prudent reserve from any of the components. So that's a major change for the new BHSA. And there was a big question throughout this transition from the counties to the state. So what's going to happen with the rollover funds? Because right now with the MHSA, we have around $20 million rollover funds. So what's going to happen with that? The state allowed counties to complete a one-time transfer to any of the components within the BHSA. And we can do it in several years, so we decided to do it within the next 3 fiscal years. And this is how the BHSA funding is going to look like over the next 3 fiscal years. We are anticipating to receive BHSA funding for fiscal year 26-27 and about $18 million, plus about 50% out of the reserves or the rollovers, which is about $10 million for a total BHSA of $28 million for fiscal year 26-27. Then 27-28, we're estimating also to receive about 18.2, plus the rollover about $5 million that was established in the IP plan for a total of 23.2. And fiscal year 28-29, which is the last year for the plan, we're estimated to receive about the same amount, about 18.4, plus the $5 million rollover for a total of $23.4 million. And finally, I want to provide a full picture how the revenue is going to look like for our department within the next fiscal year. And this is part of the budget. We are anticipating to bill to the state and also receive about $55 million for federal medical, BHSA, as I mentioned before, about $28 million, including the rollover. State realignment, both combined 1991 and 2011 for about 27.4. Opioid settlement funds, about $1 million that was established in the budget. And other funding sources, which is other refunds and reimbursements, services provided, cost settlements, patient fees, and some other revenues, about 13.6. Grants and capital projects, including those 4 big projects funded by the BHCIP, for about $56 million, and we're anticipating that those projects will be completed within next fiscal year. It has to be completed within the next fiscal year. Plus some interest, about $500,000 for a total budget or revenue rounding $181 million for behavioral health services for next fiscal year.
So next with the submission and requirements and deadlines. Just to let you know that we had very specific deadlines to meet for the implementation of this plan. And that was that we needed to submit the plan to the state for review. We needed to have community feedback. We needed to have a public hearing, put out the plan for public viewing for 30 days, and then after that, have a public hearing so we could discuss the comments, any corrections that needed to take place. All of that took place. We needed to get the CEO's signature, my signature, submitted to the state. The state provided feedback. And then the next step was to bring it here to this board for approval. And the most important deadline, we need to submit it to the state before the end of this month, June. So throughout the beginning, we have, something happened. No signal. Anyways, that was my last slide. So it was just, showing, how when we started, some of the things that we were doing to make sure we obtained community feedback, that it went through the review process, that we followed all the steps, and more than anything, bring you an overview of all the things that we have done, how the program is changing. Many of us were very sad when we heard a BHSA was going to change. We really felt we were doing great, but we also understand that a lot of changes are happening. It's time to modernize. It's time to try something different. The state has done a lot of research. We've been getting a lot of data from the state on all the areas that they're going to be tracking, and it gives us really a baseline of where we're at right now, and then the changes that we need to make over time so that we meet the goals. And we're hoping to be coming back every year to give you updates on where we're at with our plan. It's been, how can I say, an overwhelming process on top of everything else that we're doing. But I can tell you that the staff of behavioral health have been so invested. These have been hours and hours of meeting, not just with a consultant, but with community members, with providers, with staff, to make sure that we produce something that we know it's going to work for our county. So I'll open it up to any questions.
Well, thank you, Ms. Bancarte and your staff, support there on the fiscal side. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you to your staff and to your advisory committee, of which we all have been a part of appointing those members. So it's great to see that you have a very comprehensive plan that covers prevention, treatment, crisis response, housing, and recovery supports. And, it addresses the needs of the individuals in our community. It's a coordinated continuum of care for behavioral health services, which is great to see. You're following evidence-based models as required, but it's good to see that those are being implemented, and to see that your priorities include early intervention. Some of the individuals or groups include Children in Care. As you know, that's near and dear to my heart, along with the adults and it's an older adult, elderly system of care. So I'm glad to see that. And just the last final comment is just that we trust the work of your department and alongside with your advisory committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have a motion on the floor. If you would like to state that, is that to approve the plan as presented? Mr. Kelly?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So we have that motion by Supervisor Kelly and seconded by Supervisor Cardenas Singh. Please vote. Motion passes. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, it's been a long morning and into the afternoon. We do have a big item coming up, so with that said, we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. On to our action calendar. Item number 16, discussion and action regarding the following items related to data center development as requested by our executive officer. Items A and B, will you be reading those?
Paraphrasing, yes. So, good afternoon, Board Chair Price and honorable board members. Per direction given at the previous board meeting and with the support of County Council, I'm bringing forward a board item for your consideration. This item is the adoption of a resolution establishing the Data Center Advisory Committee to evaluate and provide recommendations relating to a data center development, as well as an urgency interim ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium on the approval of data center facilities within the unincorporated areas of Imperial County. This item is not an action for the board to approve or deny any specific data center project. The first one is the resolution to establish an advisory committee. This resolution, found in your packet, establishes a data center advisory committee to assist the Board of Supervisors in evaluating options relating to a data center. The committee would serve in an advisory capacity and would be composed of representatives from a variety of stakeholder groups. Now I'd like to turn the item over to Council for the urgency interim ordinance piece of this.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. The second item before you is an urgency ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 65858. This ordinance would establish a temporary moratorium on the approval or issuance of permits and entitlements for new or pending applications for data center facilities within the unincorporated areas of Imperial County while the county studies potential amendments to its land use regulations. Government Code Section 65858 authorizes a county to adopt an interim urgency ordinance when it is studying potential land use or zoning changes and finds that there is a current or immediate threat to the public health, safety, or welfare if otherwise permitted development proceeds before that study can be completed. This proposed ordinance contains those findings and sets forth the basis for them. If adopted, the ordinance would immediately prohibit the issuance or approval of use permits, variances, building permits, or other entitlements for new and pending applications for data center facilities within the unincorporated area. Applications may still be submitted and processed during the moratorium. However, no approvals may be issued during that period, and applicants would proceed at their own risk with the understanding that future regulatory changes may affect those applications. As written, again, this ordinance applies to new applications as well as pending applications if vesting has not occurred. This ordinance does not approve or deny any particular project. Rather, it is intended to pause approvals while the county studies potential land use and zoning amendments and receives input through the process established by the board, including any recommendations that may come from the advisory committee being considered as outlined by Dr. Lang. As required by Government Code Section 65858, adoption of the ordinance requires a 4/5 vote of the board. If adopted today, the ordinance becomes effective immediately and remains in effect for 45 days. Prior to its expiration, the board may conduct a public hearing and consider an extension as authorized by statute, which may be up to an additional 10 months and 15 days. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any other questions from the board at this time? All right, so let's move on to public comment on this item.
Chairwoman, first speaker is Gina Snow. Following will be Gloria Brister. Can you please turn on your microphone? Ma'am, can you please turn on your microphone?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Gina Brister Snow. I support the moratorium because residents deserve a pause, but residents deserve a real pause. If these rules are important enough to pause and study, they are important enough to stop accepting new applications under them. Otherwise, what is being preserved is not the public's confidence, it is the county's options. When a government is openly debating whether stronger protections are necessary, the benefit of that uncertainty should belong to the public, not future projects, not pending projects, and certainly not projects that remain exempt from the very protections this board is now suggesting may be necessary. You do not pause a process that needs no corrections. You do not pause a study, a framework that needs no improvements, and you do not appoint a 19-member committee to investigate concerns that never existed. Yet, here we are, which means one of two things happened. Either the public spent months raising legitimate concerns that were dismissed until they became politically impossible to ignore, or this board is proposing a moratorium, an advisory committee, and potential future amendments to solve a problem that never existed. I think the public is smart enough to figure out which explanation is more likely. Now, let me be clear. I do support a committee. What I do not support is asking the public to place its trust in a committee appointed by the same governing structure that spent months giving them reasons not to. Because the real issue here is not the committee. The real issue is control. The public has spent months demanding a seat at the table. This resolution offers them an application for one. And after months of residents forcing this conversation, forcing this moratorium, and forcing this board to confront concerns it spent months defending against, the public is still expected to ask permission to participate in what comes next. I do not think this board should be surprised that many residents are struggling to tell the difference between an objective review and the government grading its own homework. If restoring public confidence is truly the goal, then the public should not merely be allowed to apply for participation. The public should be able to see the committee's work, the public should be able to review its recommendations, and the public should be able to weigh in before these recommendations return to this board for action. Because confidence is not restored when government appoints a committee to advise government. Confidence is restored when government is willing to surrender enough control to prove it's actually listening. Otherwise, the public is not truly being invited into the process. Rather, the public is being filtered through it, which would be an interesting response to the very people who forced this conversation in the first place. The public brought you here to this conversation, to this moratorium, and to the reality that the concerns residents were criticized for raising were never the problem. Ignoring them was. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Gloria Uribe Brister, 746 Yucca Drive, El Centro, here in California. And as California resident, as well as an Imperial County resident, I recognize that the issues that face you today are not just Imperial County's concerns. There are small, rural counties throughout the United States that are going through some of the same things that we are going through, raising the same questions. Now, I cannot possibly comment any more eloquently than some of the members here who have been commenting for many months, but I'm here to do something perhaps a little bit different. I'm here to pray for you that you get wisdom. James 1:5 says that if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, and in God we do trust. God who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Wisdom is a difficult thing, and right now we all need the wisdom. James also says in 3:17 that wisdom that comes from heaven is first of all pure. It's peace-loving, it's considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. Now, I feel very strongly that you are public servants. Leaders in your community means that you are able to be public servants. I'm very familiar with what a public servant looks like because I had a man that I live with as a public servant who was the mayor of the city of El Centro at one time. His servanthood meant getting up at 7 in the evening when a little old lady called him and said, "My trash wasn't emptied," and she was having an apoplectic fit. He personally took his truck over to the little old lady's house, knocked at her door, and said, "Ma'am, I'll take your trash and I'll empty it for you." That's a public servant. He fought for the water rights of Imperial County at the risk of his own family who had death threats. That's a public servant. I ask, as many of you have talked about integrity. Proverbs says, whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. It's going to take courage to do what is next, and that means you're going to have to vote. I am going to tell you right now that I am for the moratorium on this issue. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you.
Ms. Krister, your 3 minutes are up. Next speaker, Jake Tyson. Following will be Peter Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, board. You guys are going to hate this. The proposed moratorium is policy violence on our local communities. It's garbage. You guys are going to, bring in some rules, but you're going to allow, the destructive stuff to still come in the building. Forming a committee means you are not going to do the work yourselves. You're going to have the No Accountability Act again. It's kind of like how you guys function around here. Let's have somebody else take care of it. Data centers should be banned in the Imperial Valley because they are not compatible with life here. This valley already carries more than its fair share. We live with extreme heat, stressed water supplies, poor air quality, asthma, agriculture pressure, and power grid that should be serving families, farms, schools, hospitals, and small businesses, not billion-dollar tech companies looking for the cheapest place to dump their industrial footprint. They call it innovation. They call it progress. They call it economic development. But what kind of progress threatens our air, our water, our homes, our health, and our peace. The American promise is supposed to include life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But how can families pursue happiness when industrial-scale data centers are placed near neighborhoods? How can children pursue happiness if their air gets worse? How can workers pursue happiness if water and energy are redirected away from the people who actually live here to those disgusting and harmful data centers? The pursuit of happiness is not just a phrase. It means the right to live in peace, a right to raise a family without industrial harm at our doorsteps, the right to breathe clean air, sleep at night, and trust that your elected leaders are protecting you, not sacrificing you. This is not Data Center Alley. This is the Imperial Valley. Imperial Valley is our home, and we refuse to continue to be an industrialized sacrifice zone. Ban these disgusting data centers in the Imperial Valley. Protect the people, protect our water, protect our health, and protect our American pursuit of happiness. It's obvious the lack of leadership skills in this room by the number of data centers in the project system as we speak. We have Kashan, Atten and Clark, Sinclair, Ranchos Los Lagos, Mesquite Lake, Lithium Valley, Hell's Kitchen, YK America, and we found one yesterday off of Highland Canal. It's like every week there's another one. And that's just to name a few. So find some courage, for once. Find some courage and lead and ban these violent and disgusting industrial infrastructures and start protecting the lives of this county. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Peter Rodriguez. Audience, thank you for coming back. This piece that you guys are presenting, it reminds me of a quarterback scramble drill when the line doesn't block for them and the quarterback trying to find an open receiver or running back to throw the ball to. It takes 19 people to make a decision for us. I mean, a group of 5 would have been better. I don't see a good start. My big question is this another example of 40% of the board making a document that's being presented and 60% of the board doesn't happen? If Arturo Borges' article about the ghost papers, the ghost trails, remember that article? And the X Factor, I know the audience read it. Yep. We know this deal with Rusi was a no-go from the beginning. The ghost papers, that article proved it all. Now you want to come to us? Trust us. I cannot trust you. I only trust one, and that's Martha Carnestein because she voted no against the lot merger. One out of 4. It should be 5, but I can't. Did I defend some of you earlier in public comment? Absolutely, because it was the right thing to do. You deserve that. When 40% are trying to make a decision, it's wrong. And I want to know the authors of those ghost papers. Please tell us, admit the truth, that it was one of you guys, or maybe 40% of the board wrote that. Okay, we'll do it, we'll hide it, no one's going to find out, but we found out. We have better intel than you or the CIA. Street intel. Email intel. We haven't gone to drone yet because they're expensive, but one day, who knows? But tell me, how much do you really want something done for the public correctly? You talk about a business climate. Well, there's $60 million that need to be paid to the county by your cousin, Mr. Kelly. This is the wrong business climate. John Hawk, welcome back to the farming community. You were gone there for a while, and now you're a farmer? My God, make up your mind. I cannot support this the way it's written. It needs to be clear, concise. We don't want people in these nonprofits like Eric Reyes or Tony Gagos on that committee. No, there are better people out there. You should try looking at the Hidalgo Society. You should look at members of council out there. 3 or 4 of them from the county would be acceptable. Across the board, north end, south end, east, west. And there you have your committee. Thank you.
Susan Paredes, and following will be Michelle Hollinger.
Hi, I'm Susan Farrar Paradis. I live in Imperial. It's been a long day and I've heard a lot of stuff, so I'm going to start out by saying I support the ad hoc committee, and I'm going to ask the community to look at it, and we have been asking for months for community involvement, and they are giving it to us. And I think we need to start being productive in the way we resolve this issue. I know it's been a long haul, but this is an olive branch from our county, and let's get on board. I asked for those people, the businesses, the different sectors. That is the community. That is the community. So I appreciate that there is no staff on that, because that was my one request, that there be no staff. I appreciate that. So I'm just going to say, we gotta not dig our heels in or we're going to lose. So that being aside, that wasn't my original plan, but I want to take my responsibility for emailing all of these boards and saying this is what I think would help. And I'm not saying pro data center, but I'm saying at some point we have to be able to work together. So I just wanted to lay that out. With respect to the moratorium, I appreciate this effort. I believe it needs to be made clear, if it hasn't to some, 45 days is the law. Every city has done the 45 days, and then it's voted on for 1 year or 2 year, or whatever. But 45 days, we're coming back. My only concern and question that I would like addressed, because this is very legalistic and I don't always read things correctly, but item 13 in this moratorium says the board finds this urgency ordinance is not subject to CEQA. So I need clarification on what that means, because that either needs to be taken out or rewritten to say evaluated on a case-by-case basis. CEQA is the whole issue here. CEQA has to be, if it is truly light, if it truly meets the CEQA requirements, then that's fine. But this project on 8 I know, it does not meet exemption requirements. Thank you.
Before we continue, could you provide clarity to both board members as well as the community, specifically on that item?
That finding, the CEQA finding that it doesn't apply, relates to this action only. The CEQA finding relates to the adoption of the moratorium.
Say that again, please. I'm sorry. I don't understand.
So the action, the CEQA question you had about it being exempt is a finding as to the moratorium. That limited action is what that finding relates to.
Nothing's being built, so they don't need CEQA because nothing's being built. Is that fair to say, Mr. O'Rourke?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hollinger, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board. Madam Chair, Michelle Hollinger, Victoria Homes. Okay, so let's talk about the advisory committee. I would like to say yes to this because some things need to change. I'm not sure about the 19 people and all that stuff, but the M1 zoning needs to change. The by right development needs to change. There needs to be stronger ordinances. There needs to be safety for the public in this. So I would say yes to that. Oh, and then 10 miles from any residence, that would be great. As far as the moratorium, I would say yes as well. But it needs to include the 3 projects that I knew about, but Jake just said, what, 10? So it needs to include those too. You guys are going to get railroaded if not. Now let's talk about the proposed hyperscale AI data center in Imperial. This project should be null and void. My reasoning being is back in 2017, you guys told us, staff told us, yeah, it went through CEQA, it went through EIR, data centers are safe, blah, 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 blah. Well, there's no paperwork now to back that up? Seriously. We've been through this for so many months. My fight or flight has gone off the charts. My business is at stake. You guys don't have the paperwork? Seriously? Staff is telling us that this was done. Staff was telling us that this could also cause chemical burns and respiratory issues. And you can't tell me that you guys didn't know about this. Unacceptable. You were supposed to be in charge of staff. Unacceptable. Staff is also telling us it's just a lot merger. When are you guys going to stop lying to us? Please. If this hyperscale AI data center in Imperial is no big deal, like what you're saying happened in Virginia when you saw that one, stop lying to me and prove it. Do the CEQA.
Robert Bob Diaz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bob Diaz. You may not know me. I'm kind of a quiet guy, but I get around. I do a lot of stuff. And I'm here not for me. I'm here for you. I'm here to tell all of you, why aren't you listening to us? We're telling you what we want from you. We're telling you why we want it, and you're not listening. Why? You get paid, last I heard, and you work for us. Why does it not feel that way? It feels to me like you work for you, not for us, because reality is, I've been coming to meetings for months, and it's the same thing every meeting. We talk about the same stuff, the same disasters that could possibly happen. And in some communities, all you got to do is look across the country. You see it happening everywhere. Are we blind? I'm here to tell you that we have to stop looking just to the tip of our nose and look at what's happening. You need to swallow your pride. You need to take a minute and say, you know what? I'm gonna do the right thing. Martha, thank you for doing that. The rest of you, why aren't you doing it? I think that every single one of you, except for Martha, needs to resign. You are not looking out for the people. You are not caring about the very people you're supposed to be serving. So my question is to you, why aren't you caring? And why aren't you resigning?
Yes, I did. Following will be Christopher Scurries.
Good afternoon. I sent a 50-page document pertaining to these two items to the clerk to give to the board for consideration. I hope you all have received it. If you haven't, it's forthcoming. Did you also receive the WSACC resolution in April asking for the data center ban in Imperial County? For Kevin Litkeys, while I support the board's effort to create an advisory committee and adopt a temporary moratorium, I want to be very clear. The moratorium must stop not only new projects, but also currently pending or in-process projects that would otherwise move forward during this study period. The staff reports explains the moratorium purpose to be, quote, the attached urgency interim ordinance, and it goes on. And then there's the resolution will set clear the committee's work. Y'all want us to get together and talk about it and bring it all back to you by October. October? Really? How about January of 2027? How about you all work with us here? It's so nice of you to give us deadlines. What I would like to see happen is to protect our communities while the community studies the appropriate land use, zoning, and policy changes. I urge the board to adopt both items with the following specific safeguards. Advisory Commission gets until the 2027 January. Explicitly include pending projects. The moratorium must apply to all applications and entitlements that have not yet been vested. If a project approval is under existing law, stop it until we are done or the community is done giving you a report. Stop the process, the permitting, define vesting and exemptions clearly. Provide a precise legal definition of what constitutes a vested right and list any narrow exemptions, for example, emergency repairs or projects with final unappealable approvals. Require public notice to applicants. Prioritize community and technical review. Commit to transparency and a timeline. Martha, I'm sorry, man, but you know what? I want to thank you for being the bull that can walk into a room and take the crap that the rest of them have given you. You mean more to me than my own Board of Supervisor person. I am so disappointed in you, Ryan. You know better. You were a firefighter. You know what this shit can do to us. Excuse me. You know what this can do. I don't know why you are all for this with your cousin, your brothers, your family, but it stops. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Board. Chris Scurries from live in Imperial. Before I get to what I wanted to talk about, you do have a building, by the way, that could house your APCD building. You don't spend $20 million on it, 405 West 8th Street. Might be better than that $1,000 a month, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Escobar? Better use of it. But anyway, I want to address item 16 on your agenda and the supposed moratorium. According to this item, if passed, the moratorium would not prevent developers from applying for, nor would it prevent the processing of data center applications. I want to urge the board to strike that section of the proposal before voting on it, as having it makes a moratorium not only ineffective, but frankly pointless. I asked a question 2 weeks ago, out of turn, mind you, but everyone here needs to know right now if this moratorium, if passed, would it apply retroactively to the processes of all current data center projects currently in the county system, as Ms. Amari sort of alluded to here, that are by your own admission, and I quote, a current and immediate threat to public health, safety, and welfare? Will this moratorium pause all data center projects from moving forward for the duration of the moratorium, as the language is neither clear nor specific? So Ms. Price, I respectfully request you allow County Council to answer that yes or no question right now, if you don't mind. Or I can move on.
You can move on, Mr. Scurries. Thank you.
All right. That's
I've made a
not-
note of it.
All right. Well, moving on to item A of 16, which I think is probably better if we called it Plan A. The truth is, I have a lot of thoughts on the moratorium, but I don't think anyone in this room actually believes that you are going to pass it with a 4/5 majority. This advisory committee is nothing without a moratorium, and it's really nothing if it's stacked with more of your family members and your political allies and your co-conspirators. But much like in the city of Brawley, where we have another one of those family members, this committee will likely serve to be an alternative to a moratorium and responsible governance instead of a mechanism for it. It's just like the data center itself. Instead of CEQA, we get berms. We get vapid promises. So I want to encourage this board to pass both elements of this item, but if and only if changes are made so that they may effectively protect the people of Imperial County. Thank you.
Next speaker, Carolina Pais, and following will be Pasha. Carolina?
Before I start, I want to ask all the person that are filming if can stop the video, please, because my daughter want to talk. You can take. You can video.
Ms. Pais, just as an FYI, we are live streaming, so I cannot
don't
stop
worry.
the video.
That is okay. Good afternoon. My name is Carolina Pais. I want to let my daughter take my time to speak because she wants to.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Gonzalez. I am from Imperial, California. I don't want the data center because here in Imperial Valley, we are not going to risk lives. Also, it's too hot here already, and it'll make too much noise with a data center here. We will not let you move us out of our homes. We will still fight for our rights. Thank you.
Also, I bring my boy, Guillermo, say hi. He's a little more shy than his sister. He have allergies, asthma, and also have problem to sleep at night because he's in the spectrum. So a data center next to our home is impossible. I asked you to vote for a moratorium, but I request that ban a data center from here to Imperial because we don't have the resources, we don't have the weather, we don't have, I don't care if just say, Mr. Escobar, that we have the water, but I don't see the water. And I don't know, but I ask you to take care of you, the person that we live in Imperial. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council and public. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I think I broke it. I broke it? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. My name is Pasha. I am Kwitsan and Lakota Si Changu from South Dakota. I am personally speaking today regarding item 16, the proposed AI data center moratorium. I want to begin by acknowledging the message on this shirt that I am wearing today. No one is illegal on stolen land. For me, this is a reminder that Indigenous peoples have lived and cared for these lands since time immemorial. We cannot continue patterns of development that ignore tribal voices, sacred places, and responsibilities to our future generations. The sacred places would be Pilot's Knob, Indian Pass, Lake Cahuilla, Quezon National Monument, Salton Sea, Ocotillo, and many more. Many tribal members of the Quezon Reservation, as well as neighboring residents, opposed to the proposed AI data center because of concerns about potential health impacts, environmental effects, water usage, impacts to culturally significant lands. These concerns extend beyond reservation boundaries and affect the broader Imperial County region. I also want to bring attention to AB 1881, the bill currently under consideration in California. While it has not been enacted, it reflects a growing recognition that California governing bodies should meaningfully consider and protect tribal sacred sites during planning and developmental decisions. As discussions continue regarding AI, data centers, and other large-scale projects, I urge consultation and dialogue regarding sacred sites that are important to the Quezon, Cocopah, Kumeyaay, and Kukupa peoples, as well as other federal recognized tribes with ancestral ties to this region. These conversations are not only about land, they are about protecting cultural heritage, preserving our environment, safeguarding limited water resources, and ensuring that native plants and ecosystems can survive the future generations. We should not sacrifice irreplaceable cultural and environmental resources to short-term gain. Development decisions may be made without having lasting impacts on our communities, our water, and our sacred landscapes.
Ms. Pasha, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, we need a quick moment to work on a technical issue. If we're able to hear it, there it is. Okay, just to let the audience and the public know, if you're watching online, we are going to need at least a 5-minute break to have our IT team come in and try to resolve this. Thank you.
Sorry about that. We're ready now. Your next speaker is...
Back to public comment?
Yes. Christian Salgado. And following would be Rodney Williams.
Wait.
So sorry, our vote cast is off, so the timer will not reflect on the screen. We are live, but our vote-cast, which projects our timer and projects our voting, is not, it's down right now, so.
Sorry.
Thank you. We can proceed with a timer, a provisional timer until I turn on vote-cast, so that we can continue with the public comment.
Of speakers, correct? So
Yes.
hopefully we'll get that.
And I'll be able to time the 3 minutes, and we'll have a 3-minute timer on the screen as well. It's just
Okay.
provisional. And I'll manage it. Okay, Ms. Delgado.
Okay. Okay. So, good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Again, my name is Christian Salgado. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak earlier in today's meeting. And prior to giving my position, I want to thank Martha Singh and Mr. Escobar for the dialogue that you provided during the last meeting around the moratorium. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on both item A and item B. Both items must be approved together to properly position residents to help develop the safeguards needed to protect our communities. If item B does not pass, residents will be left in the same position we are in today, with data center projects continuing to move forward before appropriate regulations and protections are in place. An advisory committee alone cannot prevent this from happening. It must be accompanied. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Salgado, I'm sorry to interrupt you,
No
but
worries.
we're having some technical difficulties, so you are not being broadcast. So,
okay.
I mean, you can continue, but or just start over if you don't mind once we are back live.
I would ask, and I apologize, I would ask for a 5 to 10 minute break to get this started.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, there it is. We're going to need 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll be breaking. Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Ms. Salgado, would you like to come forward, please? Thank you. Okay, are we ready to go? All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I know. We're going to begin with our public comment from Ms. Salgado. Go ahead.
Alrighty, I'll get started. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Christian Salgado. Before I give my position, I'd like to thank again, Ms. Singh and Mr. Escobar for the dialogue and leadership that was, had last meeting and putting forth, the moratorium and continuing that discussion in addition to the ad hoc committee. So today I'm here to urge the board to vote yes on both item A and B. I think it's essential that both items must be approved together to properly position residents to help develop the safeguards needed to protect the communities. If item B does not pass, residents will be left in the same position we are in today, with data center projects continuing to move forward before appropriate regulations and protections are in place. An advisory committee alone cannot prevent this from happening. It must be accompanied by the moratorium that will allow the committee's time to do its work and develop meaningful recommendations. I support the creation of a data center advisory committee, although it is not a replacement for the broader community involvement. In addition to 19 members appointed to the committee, its meetings should be publicly noticed, agendized, and open to the public. The process should also include an independent facilitator and consensus-building organization that can help guide the discussion, ensure transparency, and encourage meaningful participation for all stakeholders. The Data Center Advisory Committee should also have a dedicated page on the Imperial County website that provides residents with access to meeting agendas, minutes, supporting documents, educational resources, and other relevant information. Transparent public access must be prioritized through this process. Furthermore, all recommendations developed by the Data Center Advisory Committee should be released for a 30-day public comment period before finalized. After considering the incorporated feedback, the recommendation should be revised as necessary and then move forward to the Board of Supervisors for discussion and consideration. The committee should also be given the adequate amount of time, so I think we need to push that October the 1st, 2026 deadline to January of 2027. During this process, the moratorium should remain in place. Therefore, it will be necessary that the board extends the interim ordinance to ensure that these projects move forward responsibly. Furthermore, the proposed moratorium fails to achieve the full purpose. I think it should include just completely voiding the Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing Data Center and the Mesquite Data Center. In addition, what else do I want to ask? I want to make it clear that the developers, this is for you guys. So I want to make sure and clear to the developers and financiers in this room that the data centers will not be successful in Imperial County, and that the Imperial County Data Center sham is an example of what to expect if you do business in Imperial County. It is not because residents oppose data centers, it's because the Board of Supervisors has neglected for months to do the right thing by enforcing respectable data center development. That's all we're asking for is CEQA. Now we're having to get to a ban because we can't trust our local governance to do the right thing. So again, I look forward to applying and being part of this committee. Thank you.
Next speaker, Rodney Williams, and following will be Jesus Ortiz.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Price and the board. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to be able to come and speak once again to you. I'm Rodney Williams. I am a resident of Yuma, where all your septic waste and water contamination caused by that is all being sent from Imperial County at this time. I did have to sell a home because my water got too high in uranium and radioactive particles and had to move from there. Just a side note, I want to speak, I'm a landowner in the Mesquite Lake Pacific Plant area. Have one of the old biomass plants. My partner, Mr. Bob Bradley, owns the other biomass plant. We have 160 acres of MI3 zone property. We both have been working. I've owned the property for 14 years, and I've tried numerous types of developments. had the funding to put it all back online in 2015, could not get a power purchase agreement through IID for renewable energy for a reasonable amount. So I fought all the battles in Imperial County. I love to work here. I've been here since 1973. Worked many, many years in the grain harvesting business. I farmed up on the north end. I cleaned up the IID's mess on 4,000 acres of ground and got it productive. And then they got that sold and cleared the bonds. That was the sale that cleared the bonds for the IID on that land. I'm here to oppose what you're voting on today. You know, we've spent millions of dollars invested in Imperial County. And I know that it's a sensitive issue because of the first location that was located probably was not the very best location. When there's 11 square miles of ground that was deeded out, or that was set out in the Mesquite specific plan area for industrial development 20 years ago, but the county and the IID could never get on the same page and bring the utilities to that area. So we've had to do that ourselves. I now have the ability to put my own generation capacity in, have worked through, spent thousands on the natural gas letter of intent. We want to help the county, but we can't help the county under the current situations because we have...
Mr. Williams, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you very much. Try the best.
Jesus Ortiz. Following will be Claudia Sherman.
Is this working?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the Imperial Valley County of Supervisors, and everybody else here. We shouldn't have been here in the first place. 2 weeks ago, there was an election. That election actually sent a message, should have been sent a message to everybody around in the board and to everybody else that we did not want a data center here in the Imperial Valley, and that accountability must be presented as a way to ensure that we know what is going on. But it didn't. But CEQA must be a way to actually ensure that we know what can happen if the data center were to be developed here. And CEQA was the only thing that is useful in this area. But having the idea of advisory committee, I support that because we need to make sure we get all the information, all the facts out there. But having it before an election does not make any sense because we're just going to rush this along and we're not going to have any much time to really put everything, and then having an election in November where whoever is in the board, presumably all of you guys as chairs, we don't know who's going to be elected, and then we're just going to let them get along with it without even having them to consult or even figure out what is the best way forward. And I believe that an extension, having a different deadline for the committee to have its findings rather than October 1st, rather than having it into the new year, is appropriate because that way all the members, including potential new members depending, have the ability to read the findings and to ensure that they have an idea of what is going on. And because that is important to transparency and accountability here in Imperial Valley. And that is the only thing that matters for everybody here. Because Imperial Valley has not gained that trust ever again. That is all.
Hi, Chairman Price, members of the board. I'm Claudia Sherman. I live in Salton City.
I actually work for an out-of-country organization. I actually work in the tech industry. There's this idea that people who are against these data centers are anti-tech and anti-progress, and that's not true. When you actually get up into the higher levels of the tech industry, people are very aware that this is a super mixed bag that's being offered to us. We have enough data centers to run Facebook, to run Netflix, to run Instagram, to do all the fun things we want to do. We even have enough data centers to generate cool pictures of Ryan Kelly flying an F-14 over the Salton Sea if that's what he wants to do. But what we're building them for now is for things like mass surveillance and training drones to attack people. We recently found out this week that that's what Pokemon Go is for. Pokemon Go, where you scanned your surroundings to catch the Pokemon, was used to train drones how to scan to find people. So we have to ask ourselves, what do we get for this? If we were talking about building a factory that was going to cure cancer and generate unicorns, like, yes, let's do it. But we're not getting that. We're getting a really mixed bag of dangerous stuff. When these fail, if it fails, okay, the whole thing right now is a bubble, right? All of these companies are developing these infrastructure based on credit because they're all in a race to reach AGI and then they'll be profitable, right? They're not profitable right now. And so everybody's got it all on their one marker on the roulette wheel and I'm going to win, and that's the only thing that matters. There is no plan for when it doesn't win. There's no plan for who's the second guy, who's the third guy, who's the fourth guy out the gate. And when that happens, communities are left with empty data centers, cloud shells that happen in Quebec. You can look it up. Communities are left with these degrading infrastructures. This isn't going to be like the Spreckles factory. If they can't pay for it, you're going to be stuck with a bunch of garbage and radioactive material that we can't use. One of the only uses, in fact, for these after they've been abandoned is for hydroponic gardening. So I don't know. I keep coming back to this. What is it all for? What is it all for? And it's for the money, but money doesn't buy life. Money doesn't bring back fertility to the valley. Once you've ruined it, it's gone, it's lost. And that's what's at stake here. You know, Ruchi talked about, you know, we've done the numbers and it's an acceptable cancer risk increase. And I don't think that any risk of cancer increase is acceptable. There's no amount of money that you would take if I could give you cancer right now that you'd be like, that's fine, you know? And last week, you know, Mr. Escobar, 2 weeks ago, you talked about how we need more millionaires in the valley and we need to compete with China. And that's just tech copium. You guys you drank the Kool-Aid. You know, you've been hanging out with these guys and you fell for it. And it's sad to see our county get duped in this way. I'm really embarrassed by it.
Next speaker, Idle Burden. And the following will be Nick Gumbleton.
Now, from what I've been reading on a moratorium, that's giving you guys an out at any time you want it. I just read the definition. It said when situation changes, when the review's complete, when the issues are resolved. Literally, it can be done. So what good does this moratorium do us as people of this county if we cannot depend on it doing what it's supposed to do? I mean, seriously, a moratorium with the language you put in there is going to allow every out to anybody that wants one. Exemptions in a moratorium? How can you exempt something from a permanent stall, a pause? That doesn't compute. Get a dictionary, for God's sake. A moratorium with language that gives you an out is not a moratorium. Yes. It just isn't. You have at every turn said that CEQA is not required. In every proposal I've seen for a land business that wants to start anywhere that I've seen in the last 7 months, the very first line in that is CEQA is not needed. Our county as a whole has operated like that forever. It's what's got us in the position we're at. The air quality that we're talking about earlier and that the moratorium is going, it's based on our air as well. Okay, I've lost track. I just cannot believe all that I've heard today. If our air Pollution Control Board has got us into the state it's in. It's not doing its job, right? So if we continue to do it the same way we've done it, this is what we'll have. Now, are you telling me that a data center put into the mix with our air quality right now is going to improve it? I just don't see any benefit in it. No one has been able to tell me what benefit, other than some tax revenue that they say you're going to get, is going to benefit this county and the people in it. Can anybody tell me what benefit we're going to get from them? Anybody? Anybody? Every county, every community that I've talked to, anybody that I've heard that has one says it is a detriment to their county, to their community. Nothing is ever the same afterwards. We have problems now. This is going to make it so much worse. And the moratorium is just a placation, and it's going to slide it down the road until you decide to let it through. That's the impression we all get. It's not like it's anything of substance. There are no teeth. Martha tried to put some in there, and it's been just ignored. Martha, I have respect for you. You've really held the line. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. We all do.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Nick Gumbleton. I'm with LIUNA, Laborers Local 1184. I want to begin by saying that I support the creation of the Data Center Advisory Committee. Establishing clear guidelines, reasonable standards, and a transparent process for future projects is good government. It provides certainty for residents, developers, and decision-making alike. The agenda before you specifically proposes a committee to evaluate land use, zoning, policy options, and related to data center development in Imperial County. That is a responsible step forward. However, I urge the board to reject the proposed moratorium. A moratorium sends the wrong message at the wrong time. It tells investors, employers, and industries looking at Imperial County that even when they're willing to listen, adapt, and work with the community, they still may be told no and take their investments somewhere else. Imperial County has struggled with high employment and limited economic opportunities for decades. Data centers represent billions of dollars in private investment, significant construction employment, and millions of dollars in ongoing tax revenue that can help fund public services, infrastructure, and local priorities. Multiple proposals being discussed in the region project project substantial construction jobs and long-term tax revenue for the Imperial County. The developer has heard the concerns of the community. They have moved the project farther from residential neighborhoods, added community benefits, and demonstrated a willingness to engage with stakeholders and make changes. That is exactly the type of behavior a government should encourage, not punish. If developers are willing to listen, adjust their plans, and address community concerns, then we should continue the conversation, not shut the door. The advisory committee can do its work while responsible projects continue to move forward. The two goals are not mutually exclusive. We can establish better guidelines without freezing economic development. A moratorium does not create a single job. It does not generate a dollar of tax revenue. It does not improve our economy. It simply pushes opportunity, investment, and good-paying construction jobs to another county or another state. Let's demand accountability. Let's protect our communities, but let's also keep the Imperial County open for business and open for opportunity. Thank you.
Reina Adame. Anaí Araiza. Claudia Contreras Harrington. Robert Garcia.
Hello. Hello, Madam Chair and Board and everyone else that is here. My name is Robert Garcia. I'm a citizen from Brawley. I just wanted to come up today to speak to support the ad hoc committee and then the moratorium. I asked, though, that if you guys have that ad hoc committee, if you guys could just exclude certain people from being on it, people that have economic interests in it, and then also maybe if you could round it up to 20 just to make it a fair shot for every city in the county. In terms of the moratorium, I just ask that you guys revisit the language that leaves any loopholes open for, like I wish there was a CEQA verbiage in there, I actually wish that the moratorium was a little bit longer, but I understand that it has to follow its process and then be extended. So I do appreciate that you guys are at least trying, but I think that there's a lot of room for improvement. And then also, if you guys could just continue to look into the health impacts that data centers have. I'm reading now that they're finding that data centers that are near farming communities, that the livestock are having trouble reproducing, as well as even data centers that are located near people's homes. It's creating insomnia, headaches, constant nausea. So if maybe if on this ad hoc advisory committee, if we could have someone that is like a health professional that would be able to reach out to these counties that already have established data centers to follow up on that type of research, as well as from an agricultural standpoint as well. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next speaker, Rami Kayvan, and following will be Andy Schwartz.
Chairwoman, members of the board, my name is Rami. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am an infrastructure developer, and I'm actually here today, and here to say I do support the moratorium, not because of the environmental impacts or the health impacts, which can't be ignored. You know, the earth does belong to all of us, and I understand that it needs to be protected and respected, and if the community are concerned, that does need to be addressed. I do think, however, you know, data centers have a similar or less impact than other approved uses in the area, and that's something to legally consider. So, you know, data centers themselves actually don't produce emissions. They might have a bit of noise, which there are mitigations in place that you can actually implement. Water usage, nowadays, modern data centers use closed loop cooling systems, so significantly less than what traditionally those hyperscale and those old data centers have been using to dry up the land, which is not something any of us want or need. But again, these are mitigations that are in place that can actually be less of an impact than other current uses, including farming. Sorry to say it. And I know people are tired and frustrated with this conversation, but the dialogue does have to continue, quite frankly. There is an opportunity here, and you've got to explore it all. You know, in terms of disasters, if anyone, you know, I've done quite a bit of research. If anyone can name a disaster, and I don't mean this facetiously, but if anyone can name a disaster that's occurred due to data centers, please let me know. That the actual health impacts, okay, I'm happy to talk to you about it. You know, the health impact is something that needs to be discussed during this moratorium. But quite frankly, if you have evidence or you have concerns, they should be brought forward, both sides. If you have questions, ask them. The county does have a duty to sustain and improve the environment and the social and economic standing of the land, and there is a way to do that, and that would be through taxation. People aren't so sure how that would happen, but it's been done. It's been done up north. You can put special levies on income for, and it would go towards school districts or mental health facilities, and these are tangible assets that you can actually implement. And that's it.
Your minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairwoman, Board of Supervisors, thank you for letting us all have something to say today. My name's Andy Schwartz. I'm President of Imperial County Building and Construction Trades Council and also a business representative for the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 12. I understand that it's going to be a tough time going forward. We do support this agenda item, and we'll be there to help out however we can. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Tom DeBose.
Good afternoon. Tom DeBose, DeBose Design Group. I'll just start off the top. We're okay. I'm okay with developing a committee. I feel like economic development should also be represented on that committee. I am not in favor of your moratorium. We see a problem in the way it's drafted, and so we're opposing our objection. We think that there's an issue there. I want to say that the bid opening here earlier today was very humbling. In a building in the 80s that the county built to attract the conveyor division of General Dynamics to create jobs here, and then when they finished, General Dynamics came back to rent that building full price to create jobs for a long period of time. And that facility, and the best we could get was $1,000 a month. That's very humbling. That should be a very clear message of where we stand in this county and how we may or may not be able to grow. We've talked about energy. In Imperial County, we pride ourselves in being able to create renewable energy with geothermal, solar battery. But who is it going to serve? Most of it is served outside of this county, and so the construction jobs are outside of this county, and the property tax is outside this county, and the sales tax is outside this county. We have the ability and we have the opportunity to make that happen here. We talked about the shift of power that our local district sells outside of this county, and this first project would completely bounce that back to where it would be 65% of the energy that IID sold would be here in this county, not in another county where they can have the jobs and create the taxes. I think you visited the sites, and I think you can determine whether or not the social media information is accurate or not. Do we support keeping jobs local? Do we support creating our energy and using it local? Do we support the jobs and the revenue from the jobs? Do we support being able to raise the property taxes and the values? I asked this last question. If and when the time comes that you leave, how do you feel about how you left this county versus how you came into it? Thank you.
Daniel Mushane. Following will be Renee Felix.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been nice to be here for a few hours. Haven't attended a meeting in a while. Daniel Mushane with International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 569. We stand here in support of the item. Not too happy about the moratorium, but I see the need for it. I know it's temporary, and that's what we're hoping for. It does create a lot of jobs, a lot more than what we can think of, and not only at the beginning, but also afterwards. As technology changes, we got to keep going back and back, changing all of that stuff. But we are in support of that, and hopefully we can get to somewhere where we can build a roadmap and actually decide where we're going to build them if we can. Where direction are we going to give them? And I'm hoping to apply for that position too. Thank you, as labor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Rene Felix, and I'm here on behalf of the Imperial County Building and Construction Trades Council. We support the proposed 45-day moratorium and the creation of the Data Center Advisory Committee. This process gives the residents, stakeholders, and community organizations an opportunity to share their perspectives and help shape policies that reflect the needs and values of the Imperial County. We believe this approach will create a strong foundation for future decision-making and help establish a responsible pathway for data center development that balances community interest, environmental considerations, strong labor standards, and economic opportunities. Thank you.
Next speaker, Hector Mesa. Following will be Michelle White.
Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon, everybody in the community. First of all, thank you for bringing this. I believe the moratorium and the advisory committee is long overdue. I want to thank you guys for bringing it. I want to thank your community for speaking up. Again, if no one speaks up, we don't fix stuff, right? If something's broken, we try to fix it. I here in support of the moratorium of the advisory committee. Also, I want to mention that if there any way we could also add or make sure that, or maybe that's something a committee is going to look into, to not place any tax breaks for developers. We keep talking about all this money, but we want to make sure that the money stays here. We don't have roads. We don't have bridges. We need firefighters. There's police. We need a lot of stuff here in the valley. So we do need some type of development. I'm also going to be applying for advisory committee. Obviously, if it happens, it happens. I want to make sure that whoever's there studies solutions to the problems. If there's positive or negative, let's all bring it all out. I do, as an electrician, I do believe that technology changes. I've been doing some research, and I know that the current data centers being built are not as water intensive as the ones in the past few years. There are solutions, and that's because community is speaking up. That's how, like I said, if community doesn't speak out, shit stays the same. Thank you.
So I want to start by saying I support the committee and the moratorium as a start, but I do have a few questions. Some of the questions have been asked, but since they were not yet answered, and I feel the importance of those questions merits my asking them again, I'll once again pose those questions to you. Does the moratorium apply to current and/or all future data center projects? Are any of the projects the county knows about but the public doesn't yet know about going to be grandfathered in? Are you going to be giving credits, property tax exemptions or reductions, or any other type of incentives to data center developers? Because now many residents feel that several of you do not vote in the best interest of the many, but vote in the best interest of the few who will profit financially from the data centers. Now we are paying attention and we're starting to go out to vote. We will question everything and make sure that everything is done within the letter of the law. We will also broadcast and make as much noise as possible if we see anything questionable. And just know that this will result in higher expenses to any developer, whether it be legal, environmental, or PR. Thank you.
Next speaker, Fabiola Moreno. Fabiola Moreno.
Hi, everyone. First, I want to thank the public for being here. I know that it's been a long day and all of us have lives to deal with, so I appreciate everyone's dedication and care for being here. I'm Fabiola Moreno, and I am here representing IBW 569. We are here to speak on the proposed 45-day moratorium. During the next 45 days, it's imperative that different sectors of the community come together and create solutions in relation to the impact of data centers on the entire region. We hope that this ad hoc committee, if approved today, is a platform for folks to sit down and work on these solutions. Another thing I'll add there is that I don't think that there is a wonder of who should be on the ad hoc committee. I know that there's different requirements, but you see a lot of people here that have been active and really educating themselves on the impact of data centers. So I ask you to please consider that. Data centers present a whole new industry, but I believe that this gives us an opportunity to be clear about community benefits that will impact those that live in this county in relation to environmental health, ratepayer protections, local hire, and strong labor standards on these projects for the safety of the community. As labor, and I've spoken to several people about this, we represent electricians, yes, but they live here, they care for their families in this county, and they want to stay here, obviously. We care about the different issues that have come up, and we want to create solutions that benefit all of us. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mario Lugo. Following will be Sherry Cabral.
Buenos dias, members of the board. My name is Mario Lugo. This is my first time in this chamber, and I'm sure a lot of the people here is also their first time. Since this data center business started, there's been lots of talk about the future of the county and its youth and the opportunities they'll have available. So I want to speak as an actual young person in this community. I don't want a data center. All the people I talk to don't want data centers. The community doesn't want a data center. This project has been sold to us as progress and innovation, finally coming into a place that is often thought about as stunted and stuck in the past. But I want to ask, whose progress is this? Who is this innovation really for? Is it for the people of the Imperial Valley? Is it really for its youth? Our air and water is polluted enough as it is. Our utility bills are high enough. If this data center comes to be, I don't foresee a healthy valley for its citizens, but instead a scarred valley where its citizens won't be able to afford their homes anymore. This seems short-sighted at best and malicious at worst. I am not a Luddite. This is not about feeding technology or feeding progress or feeding the future. This is about taking care of my home. Where I'm standing from, this data center is not for me or my friends or my family or my community. Where I'm standing from, this only benefits private interests and corporations pouring into the valley. It's not going to enrich the future generations of the valley. It's only going to enrich the future CEOs and shareholders who'll never set foot here. So I hope you'll do what's right for the county, its people, and its youth, and impose not only a moratorium on this data center, but an outright ban. Thank you. Tenga buen día.
Good afternoon, Chair Price, supervisors, and staff. It's been a long morning and early afternoon, but thank you for hosting this forum. My name is Cherie Cabral. I represent the California Construction Labor Management Trust, which is a coalition comprised of labor representing 500,000 members across the state, along with about 100,000 apprentices, along with the construction employers for all of those crafts, and in representatives from the environmental and the energy community in total. We're respectfully asking you to approve item 16A as it is. That would be the advisory committee. We actually believe that we support this, and it's a functional positive thing. However, we are not in support of 16B, which would be the moratorium. Government Code Section 65858 does permit implementation of an urgency ordinance. However, precedent requires that there be a threat, an imminent threat to public health, safety, or welfare and that threat must be both current and imminent. The California Appellate Court found in 1999 that simply having filed permit applications did not meet the standard for imminent, as the agency retains the discretion to either hold or delay approval of any application, even pending changes to the governing ordinance or building standards. The County of Los Angeles and the County of San Diego at this time both are currently going through community outreach engagements similar to what you would be doing through your advisory board. However, they have found that there is not an imminent threat, and so they are not doing a moratorium as part of that, and I think that's a model that is replicable here in a very positive format. Responsible development should always contemplate how best to meet the needs of local community while building the long-term needs of essential to support that fiscal, social, and environmental health of the community and ensure equality of access. Data centers can be built sustainably using technology that's continually evolving, focused on high environmental and innovation standards while generating both long-term and short-term economic and social benefits for the community and its residents. Tax revenue, improved infrastructure, and locally focused opportunities for employment. I want to actually point out two communities, Prineville and the city of Boardman. Both are rural communities. Both are predominantly agricultural. Both are within the sphere of influence for active Native American tribal communities. Boardman has a population of about 5,000 people, predominantly alfalfa, wheat, and pigs. Prineville was completely dependent on cattle ranching and timber extraction. Boardman has been financially challenged for decades, little to no employment, a poverty rate that exceeds 20%. Prineville isn't about the same thing. However, Boardman currently today gets $49 million a year in tax revenue. They have new schools. The poverty rate has declined much like in Prineville, 8% per annum year over year. And the mean average wage has gone up by 108% in that same time period. So to say there's nothing good about data centers, I think there's plenty for the county to contemplate.
Next speaker, Kylie Cabral. Following will be Mark Milliner.
Do I need to
go ahead?
Okay. Right. Good afternoon, Chair Price, members of the board, staff. My name is Kylie Cabral. Today I'm here on behalf of the member contractors of the Western Steel Council. We represent the contractors who erect, build, and fabricate structural and reinforcing steel on construction projects across all of California. I want to say the Western Steel Council does support the implementation of item 16A today, that Data Center Advisory Committee. We believe that data centers in Imperial County should be environmentally friendly. We believe, as well as all construction projects, that they should be built in a responsible manner. This includes using the most advanced technology available, using contractors with successful track records of delivering projects on time to a high safety standard, and using a skilled and trained local workforce here in Imperial. We do not, however, support the implementation of item 16B, the moratorium of any length on data centers. The implementation of this moratorium is not necessary to move forward with the work of a data center advisory committee in Imperial. This board has the ability to apply and amend standards or defer approvals on any applications until such time as any amendments to standards are established. As part of the business community, we believe there are significant benefits associated with responsible development of data centers, as I mentioned, just as with any other developments. Data centers are going to be built. We are a society that is increasingly dependent on technology. That is a fact. It's not going to go away or change. And therefore, technology needs data centers to function. And data centers can come in all sizes. They range typically from 150 to 500,000 square feet. This is about the size of your typical local Home Depot or Costco. It's not really that much different than what you're already seeing in your communities. They serve numerous end users. Almost everybody sitting in this room is going to have a use for a data center. Ultimately, Imperial County has the ability to craft a policy that will keep the jobs associated with their construction, their maintenance, and their operation local, and provide business opportunities and have the local community benefit from their tax revenue. We would encourage the board to not send developers the message that Imperial County is closed for business. by implementing a moratorium. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Price, board, staff, Mark Moliner, California State Building and Construction Trades Council. I just want to start off a little different. I have a different idea about this. I've been working with you for 3 years. The two newest supervisors, of course, just got started probably in the last year, I think. And at the end of the day, the California State Building Trades recognizes that you put a pause for the betterment of the community, and you put a pause because you are listening to the community. And from the California State Building Trades position, that's what the community wanted. That's what you wanted. You've done a good job. 3 years it took us to get an ordinance approved for Lithium Valley. We all know how long and hard and arduous that was. I surely hope it's not going to take us 3 years to get everybody to understand the benefit of data centers and building in Imperial County. At the end of the day, the State Building Trades is concerned about labor standards, workers, local community, being able to have livable jobs, good jobs. We want their kids, we want their and I said this 2 weeks ago, we want their family members, no matter how old they are, to join our unions and to build. We want responsible projects. We don't want projects that are going to undermine or demean the community. We actually, if you'll Google CURE, Coalition of Unions for Reliable Energy, that's us. That's the State Building Trades, and we have been making projects better for 40 years. And at the end of the day, these are going to get built. We want to build them with the most talented, the highest paid, the highest trained, the best skilled workers in the country, in the world. And that's the power that you have. And that's what people that are just now getting involved with this process, they don't understand. 3 years ago, we were over here with the board, and we became right here with the board. And that's where we need to get with data centers. We need to get right here with the board and the community. And we can only do that through the ad hoc committee, through the appropriate people, putting people on an ad hoc committee that are already a no. How do you negotiate to get to a yes if you're already a no? If you haven't opened your mind and your process enough to know that we are going to get to where we need to be together and make them better and make them good projects, that's where we want to be. And that's where this working group is to help bring back. And 2 weeks ago, you said that. You said we're going to bring back data and information, and we're going to educate, we're going to work with the community and prove that these are good projects. The State Building Trades believes in CEQA. We believe in good projects, we believe in good paying jobs, and we believe in local community because our members are from the local community. Thank you.
Next speaker, Julian Daniel. Following will be Anthony Rose.
All right, thank you, y'all. Julian Daniel, Hova, California, actually from here. So I'm going to start off with the quote from Mr. Rucci himself. My plan, bigger picture, is to stay here, Rucci said. This data center will come and then stick around and do more here. I'm not running away, as he ran away there shortly after, right? So the majority of us had a car brought here, right? We all used a car to get here, but none of us have a junkyard next to our schools. None of us have a junkyard next to our homes. And so that's why I want to say, yeah, everybody uses their data and stuff like that, but we don't put the junkyards nowhere near the homes, okay? Now to the other individual, I got it right here. OVH cloud fire, Strasbourg, France, March 2021. British Airways IT meltdown, May 2017. Microsoft Azure thermal event, West Europe, January 2023. I want to pause real quick. Shout out to IT for helping us out in the circumstances. You see what happens whenever you stop and ask for help from someone who knows what they're doing? Okay, next. Physical fires and other destructions. SKCNC Data Center fire, Pangyo, South Korea, 2022. South Korea government meltdown. Deja, I could keep going. South Korea, 2025. Google Data Center fire, 2022. Human error, by the way, and the majority is a human error. The Meta global blackout of October 21. Some guy accidentally unplugged it, and then everything went kaput. Bye-bye. Rogers Communications collapsed in July 2022. How many people have electricians and construction workers and everything at their house right now? None, because the job's are already done. So when the jobs are already done, that job's already gone. And the majority of what just stated from this individual, we want to work together to put together this project from people from around the world, from people around the country. What you mean? I thought it was for us, from right here. And what happens whenever we don't have that sustainable population to push that into that force? We get the papa flipped on our side, and it's our fault for not having the people that were able to do that, right? So GitLab data deletion incident 2017. I mean, the list goes on. You know what I mean? A pause isn't a solution. The document also states that certain data centers are already permitted by right on industrial land. That means if regulations are not strengthened, today's moratorium could be tomorrow's green light. So my question is simple. What happens when the moratorium expires? We already know that, right? Will residents have enforceable protections, or will we be right back to fighting the same battle with even larger corporations and even more money behind them? Yeah, we are saying no to bigger companies coming on over. This isn't the end all be all. We shouldn't put it all on black. I said this before. If you put all your eggs into one basket, what's going to happen? It's going to crack, and we're already cracking. You feel me? All right, so how many data center applications are currently pending? Where are they located? How close are they to homes, schools, and communities? Why not put them far away? You guys are acting like Plaster City doesn't exist and people don't make the drive on out there to go to work. It's for the locals. You know what I'm saying? We make it out there too. Imperial Valley has heard all of this before, all of these projects, all of these benefits that are coming, and we're still into the same position. We're going in circles, y'all. Most importantly, prove that Imperial Valley residents have more, or that matter more than the corporate interests. I support the moratorium. I urge a further ban, and honestly, I say you guys should ban it entirely for the sake of y'all seats. The burden shouldn't be on the developers. It should be, the burden shouldn't be developers to prove why Imperial Valley should trust them. We don't trust y'all.
Next speaker, Anthony Ralph.
Good afternoon, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Anthony Ralphs. I'm the Vice Chair with the Boulevard Planning Group. I'm with DFLOC San Diego, and I'm here today to ask a couple of crucial questions that have been neglected from this conversation. If the jobs are for people in this area for this project, then how come the workers at the meeting for the parcel merger 2 months ago were largely people that were bussed in from out of town? How come they admitted to us in the parking lot that they were paid to be at that meeting? And how come they hadn't been at the meeting subsequently since then? How come they're only here when y'all are making voting decisions, when this is actually moving at a head, when it's finally coming to a standstill? This is when they appear, and they appear making factually incorrect claims. One of them actually, he said that there's no disasters going on in AI data centers. I just Googled really quickly to verify his claims. There are disasters happening in New Hampshire. There are disasters happening in Georgia. There are disasters happening in Maricopa County, in Arizona. There are disasters happening all over the United States due to AI data centers, due to water usage. I went out to move my car because I'm in a 2-hour loading zone right now. When I went out to move my car, it was 115 degrees in the parking lot. We're putting AI data centers that are notorious for their water consumption, for their water use. I've been here to testify how it will affect the aqueducts further up the mountain where I live. Now, AI data centers, which are notorious for their water use, we're talking about putting one in an area where it's currently 115 degrees outside. What's that going to do to the environment? I keep hearing conversations centered around economy, centered around jobs, centered around economic opportunity, centered around tax write-offs and benefits and financial incentives that could motivate this county, or should be motivating the interests of this county. This county needs to start thinking about the fact that we're living in the 6th mass extinction event on Earth. There are 10 to 150 insects, animals that are going extinct every single day, and not a single person on this county board of supervisors, not a single person in this room has talked about the massive environmental consequences during the 6th extinction level event on the Earth. I'm not making this up. Google this. Ask any one of the environmental groups that are raising the issues, that are raising awareness on this issue, and they'll tell you the exact same thing. This is not hyperbole. This is not an exaggeration. This is an emergency. And to the gal who was speaking earlier, who was saying this does not qualify as an emergency and therefore the county is granted a special exemption. I'm sorry, that is ludicrous. We need to wake up to the reality of the earth that we're living on. We're dealing with a supercharged El Nino event that's threatening to hit us this winter. Climate catastrophe is on its way. Let's be prepared.
Next speaker, Gilberto Manzanares.
Good afternoon. Well, first of all, I'm actually just surprised that we're having this meeting today, right? We wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for the people. Let's be clear. This county was not about to do this on their own, okay? It took 7 months, and that's incredible, of people asking days off work. I lost count how many days I took off work to be here because this county refused to have these meetings, which overwhelmingly, as you all cannot deny, have gathered an increased attention from the community. This shouldn't have happened at 10 a.m. It shouldn't have taken us 5 hours to finally have this discussion. This needed to happen after 6 p.m. on any day of the week, right? It should have been a special meeting. The one time, let me remind you, the one time that this county allowed us to finally hold this meeting about data centers at 6 p.m., how full was this room? Okay? Don't forget that image. This room and that one and that building was full. Okay? So first of all, let me just set it in the record. It's a disgrace that we're even having this conversation of a moratorium finally after 7 months in working hours. That's one. Two, I want to appreciate that at least Supervisor Peggy Price and Martha Connell Singh have had the honesty to tell us that they didn't know what a data center was before being elected. I can appreciate the honesty, honestly, because many of us did not know. So this is why a moratorium, like you're proposing, is needed. Because however, approving the committee but not the moratorium is some of the dumbest things I've heard, honestly. I just recently took my CPR certification, the renewal again, and when I heard this comments, oh, approve this but not the moratorium. Imagine if I would have taken my CPR test on an actual choking victim, right? Supervisor Keller, you were a firefighter. I imagine, I hope not, that it wasn't the case during your training. It was during an actual live burning building. I hope that it wasn't the case, right? You need the committee, which quite frankly, I'm a little bit on the edge about, but you also do need the moratorium. And it is an emergency because how many projects are there, right? We started, it was one neighborhood. And because this county refused to finally just, take consideration, take time, place a moratorium, let's talk about things. Now you're hearing data center bans. If you're hearing data center bans and it's making you nervous because increasingly more and more people are calling for that, you have no one to blame but yourself. Because all people wanted at first, let me remind you, was CEQA. That's all people wanted. People wanted CEQA, and now you're hearing bans, and that's up to you. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Ismael Arvizo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I made it. I was taking care of my grandparents all day long. But yeah, like many people have said, this is a working class community, and you guys have done your best to keep the working class out of it. I literally ran. I literally parked, found a spot, like at the LNA. I want to reiterate, a ban is pro-community because we don't want corporations. We don't want big tech out here. It's like you're putting an ice cube in the desert and then you're just paying something to like keep it alive, keep it frozen. It literally just doesn't make sense. People have said no, and the committee is very small for the people that majority have opposed, right? So a committee isn't really necessary. You notice when people say, I'm pro data center, no one claps, right? And people online are watching, trust me, I was watching. I suggest that you guys put a ban, not a moratorium, a ban. People are going to die. There's going to be an ecology. We have native species that live around this area, deserts. We don't want to destroy the Colorado supply that we have, que tenemos, and it's all made up. Profit is not the priority. The community should always be priority. El Paso is going through it. Meta wanted to step in, $10 billion, no different, right? And how did it end? Vote them out, vote them out. Like, you guys aren't fighting one community, you're fighting a whole nation of citizens, fighting this whole movement. So, pónganse las pilas. Thank you, Ms. Marta, for everything. Mr. Kelly, your family profits off the incarceration of Native people of America. It's disgusting that we have to fight. And we have to be very polite and come every Tuesday and work around your schedules, but you guys could easily just push this out. We don't want this here. So if you want the Salton Sea to dry out more and more people to get sick, more asthma to be around, go ahead, right? But history is being written as we speak. Pick a side. You're on the right side of history or whatever, right? I'm rambling porque acabo de llegar, but I'm glad for everyone showing up. I know there's thousands of people watching. Maybe not right now. They're gonna watch in a day or two online, right? But I hope you guys vote on what the community have been expecting you guys to vote on properly. Thank you. Gracias.
Chair, the last three speakers are on Zoom. First speaker is Kelly Jordan. Hi, Ms. Jordan, can you hear us? Ms. Jordan, can you please turn off the Granicus?
It's not on.
Okay. Go
All right,
ahead.
good afternoon. My name is Kelly Jordan. I support agenda item 16. Yes. Can you hear me?
Ms. Jordan, you have your Granicus live stream on. That's why you're hearing the back end of the meeting. You need to mute and then just stay on Zoom.
My name is Kelly Jordan. I support agenda item 16.
You should have a second window open that has Live Manager, your live stream. You need to mute that. You need to pause that stream. Ms. Jordan, once you mute the live stream on Granicus, come back up to Zoom and you'll be okay to give up your 3 minute. Chair, would you like me to move to the next speaker or give her?
Yes, please. And if somebody
it's
can
not
contact,
on.
if someone can contact Ms. Jordan and maybe help her with the technical issues.
I don't have that open.
The background is the meeting, so I believe you must have a window open with the live
The
stream.
background is Zoom.
It's not on. If someone can contact Ms. Jordan and maybe help her.
No, it's a delay, Ms. Jordan, which we usually have a 40-second delay, and that's what we're hearing right now. You want to move her to the waiting room? And then we will move into Mark West. Mr. West, can you hear us? Your audio is off? Your microphone? We see you, but we can't hear you. No, no audio, sir. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room so that you can reconnect to your audio, and we'll come back. And our last speaker in Zoom is Zulma Aguilar.
Hi guys, I'm Zulma Aguilar. I'm from Calexico, and there is no such thing as a good data center. There's no such thing as a responsible data center project. Steve Rucci, the guy that's proposing the data centers, lives in Huntington Beach. His family will never live in Imperial County. They will only benefit economically, and they're probably lining your pockets to pass this forward. But let me tell you something. You take the coins now, but you're gonna regret it in the future generations when you can't even have children because of the data centers causing major defects to your genetics. So Steve Rucci will not be raising his kids in Imperial County. He will not be hiring Imperial County workers. The data centers just rape the land, water, and electrical resources and leave us with tech trash. Get out of here, Steve Rucci. Not in a community where we are 99% Mexican Americans. Steve Rucci, you don't even go here. You don't even live here.
Ms.
And you're
Aguilar?
not gonna build a house.
Ms. Aguilar,
What?
if you could stick to the board item in front of you, which is a resolution of the Data Center Advisory Committee, along with an urgency interim ordinance, please.
Yeah, of course I support the moratorium, but I think it should be permanent. And these county board supervisors need to listen to the voices of the Mexican Americans actually living here, who are going to have children here, who drink the water here, who pay IID here. IID is gonna benefit from this, okay? They're gonna exploit us, and they're gonna keep taking all our money and raise the prices of the IID, and we're sick of it. We're sick of it. Get rid of these data centers, and you guys better support the community's response to these ridiculous proposals from people from Orange County. Why don't they build it in Orange County? Go and build it over there next to Colby's house. Why are you trying to
Ms.
build it in
Aguilar,
our community?
you-
These are
Ms. Aguilar?
irrigation.
If you could
Yes.
come back to the board item, please, that you're making the public comment on.
Listen, it is relevant. Bottom line is that this person is not even from here, and they're trying to propose a data center that does not belong here. Go and Google Erin Brockovich. She is fighting data centers all over the nation because of what is happening in terms of environmental consequences. Google it, people. Data centers are bad for the environment, and they're bad for Imperial County. And whoever supports it is going to get voted out, period.
Thank you, Ms. Aguilar. Chair, would you like me to try the next two speakers? Kelly Jordan? Ms. Jordan, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, your 3 minutes are on.
Okay. Kelly Jordan, I support agenda item 16, but I want to be clear. I believe this board should ultimately move toward an outright ban on hyperscale AI data centers in Imperial County. The reason is simple. These projects ask our communities to assume enormous risk in exchange for benefits that remain largely speculative. We keep hearing about economic development, jobs, and tax revenue. What we do not hear enough about are the things people actually need. People need clean air. People need reliable electricity. People need safe neighborhoods. People need emergency services that are equipped to respond when something goes wrong. People need water security in one of the hottest regions in California. Those are legitimate human needs. The primary purpose of a hyperscale AI data center is not to meet any of those needs. Its purpose is to provide computing power for private corporations. So why should the residents of Imperial County bear the environmental infrastructure and public safety burdens of these facilities while the overwhelming majority of the benefits leave our community? Supporters tell us to trust that impacts will be minimal. And as I've stated before, trust is not evidence, promises are not proof. Records from the county do not demonstrate that our emergency responders have the staffing, training, equipment, or resources necessary to safely respond to large-scale battery storage fires or other industrial emergencies associated with hyperscale AI data centers. It does not demonstrate that cumulative impacts have been adequately addressed. It does not demonstrate that facilities of this magnitude belong next to homes, schools, and growing residential neighborhoods. The scale of these are not comparable to ordinary development projects. The current Atten and Clark project is promoted as the largest hyperscale facility ever proposed in California. The magnitude of these projects deserves careful evaluation, meaningful public participation, and clear policy direction before they move forward. That's why a moratorium is necessary. But if after that evaluation, the evidence continues pointing where it points today, this board should have the courage to do more than pause these projects. It should prohibit them. And importantly, approving the advisory committee without approving a moratorium would undermine the committee's purpose. So vote yes on 16A and 16B. Thank you.
Mr. West, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Mark West, and I serve as the Chapter Director for Sierra Club for San Diego and in Imperial counties. And I represent the over 9,000 members throughout the two counties. We appreciate the board's decision to take a thoughtful approach to data center development through a temporary moratorium and a stakeholder process to evaluate potential future policy changes. As we understand it, the action before you today is not an amendment to the county's development standards or guidelines. Instead, it is a proposal for the 45-day moratorium on new data center approvals, along with the creation of a diverse stakeholder panel that will study the issue and make recommendations to the board regarding potential changes to county plans and ordinances, including the general plan. Sierra Club supports a transparent planning process that fully considers environmental impacts and provides meaningful opportunities for public participation. We also support the role of CEQA in ensuring that decision makers and the public have the information necessary to understand the consequences of land use and development decisions if those decisions are made. The proposed moratorium is broad in scope, temporarily pausing approvals and permits for future data center facilities while the county evaluates its long-term approach. Given the potential scale of data center development, that pause can provide an important opportunity for careful analysis and public discussion. Data centers can have significant implications for land use, energy demand, water resources, transmission infrastructure, and surrounding communities. These issues deserve thorough evaluation, and residents deserve a meaningful opportunity to participate in the conversation about how and where such facilities may be developed. We are encouraged that the proposed stakeholder panel includes representatives from incorporated cities, unincorporated communities, nonprofits, education, healthcare, business, and the energy sector. As this process moves forward, we urge the board to ensure that environmental considerations, community perspectives, and public transparency remain central to the panel's work and any recommendations that may emerge. Ultimately, Sierra Club supports a process that provides protected public participation, respects CEQA, and carefully evaluates environmental impacts before future policy decisions are made. We encourage the board to maintain those principles throughout this effort. Thank you for your time and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. West. Chairwoman, we do not have more speakers, but I do want to bring to the record a total of 130 form letters via email were received. And we also received unique public comments to item 16 from Kelly Jordan, Jake Tyson, and Annette Leon.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Just bring this back to the board. This is discussion and action regarding the following items related to a data center development as requested by Executive Officer. A, adoption of resolution establishing the Data Center Advisory Committee to evaluate and provide recommendations regarding potential land use, zoning, and policy options relating to data center development within the unincorporated areas of Imperial County. That is A. B is adoption of urgency interim ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium on the approval of data center facilities within the unincorporated areas of Imperial County. Let's start with A. Supervisor Escobar, I see that you have some comments. Please.
A question for council. Are we to take items individually or can we take them together?
I think they can be taken together or separately, whatever the preference of the individual board member making the motion is.
Thank you. 3 months ago, I voted for a lot merger because that was a legal thing that should have been done and was done. But when you do something that is legal, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. And when you do something that is right, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's legal. And I think that's the issue that we have at hand now. I think what most of us will agree to is the location of the existing data center is a ridiculous location. Having said that, my question to County Council is, if the moratorium passes, does it include future development of data centers or current and future development of data centers?
As written, the language includes both future applications and pending applications. The law states that you cannot include pending if that individual project has obtained any vested right. To my knowledge and the facts that I have, no current pending application has vested rights.
Thank you. The second issue is CEQA. And I'm not a data center expert. I don't think anybody in this room actually is, to be honest with you. But the issue here is, do we want to continue supporting by right development for something that we know little about? Or do we want to go through a expert opinion, which is what NEPA at the federal level or CEQA at the state level is? I think that's really a black and white. I think that's something that we need to do. Does it make it easier for developers to come in with a by right development? Absolutely. But does it make it right? Absolutely not. So I think that's the second thing, that if the advisory committee is created, it's something that they're going to have to really deliberate on and be able to bring it to us for approval. Because if we want to follow further development and we want to do it appeasing most, because granted, I'm not going to appease, and I'll speak in the first person, I'm not going to appease every one of you. I'm trying to make things right, especially when in popular opinion, and maybe even in my opinion, I did a wrong thing 2 or 3 months ago. So what we need to do is fix the situation at hand and require moving forward or recommending to this board without any pressure, because they are an advisory board to us, that they look at CEQA for future development in Imperial County related to data centers. There is a lot of mistrust. There is a lot of fiction and not fact. There's a lot of perception without reliable information. And I think this is what the committee and this moratorium will do for everybody. Is it going to make everybody happy? No. But we need to put we need to draw a line in the sand, to how we can appease the majority of our community in the most ethical and respectful manner. And I do not think that we've done it so far because there's so many cobwebs out there. Is it perfect? No. Can you criticize it? Absolutely. But it's a step in the right direction, and it's better than what we have currently. We're trying to provide clarity. We're trying to provide transparency. And I, one for a fact, have not been bought by any billion-dollar corporation, as a few people have said. So let's stop with the BS. Let's move forward in the most ethical direction possible. And I will make a motion that we approve items 16A and 16B as presented.
Supervisor.
One quick question. I apologize. One quick question. As a matter of protocol, just to be clear, and so everybody's fully understanding of the moratorium, could you walk us through the steps of the moratorium?
If approved, the moratorium would take immediate effect, and that would prohibit the issuance of any land use entitlement related to data center facilities. A reference has been made to a section of the ordinance that allows during the moratorium for applications to be processed. I recommend from a legal perspective you keep that in there. There is case law related to the extent a moratorium can go. It is a temporary measure pending a more permanent solution once you have the advisory committee and you make changes to the ordinances. So from a legal perspective, I recommend you keep that piece in there. It would last for 45 days and it expires at the end of 45 days. If you want to extend it in the manner in which we have proceeded, which is going immediately to an urgency ordinance as opposed to a public hearing, you would need to have a public hearing towards the end of July to consider extending it for an additional 10 months and 15 days for a total of 1 year. That's something I think you will need to seriously consider if you have the advisory committee doing work beyond that 45 days.
And for clarity, we cannot extend it for 365 days today. We need to wait that 45-day period, correct?
Correct. That is the way the statute works. This is a temporary measure while you study your land use regulations for the more permanent solution down the road.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cardenas-Singh.
Yes, there has been some questions, and I just wanted to see if we can provide a little clarity. One of the recommendations was to look at the possibility of extending from the October 1st, 2026 date to January of 2027. That was something that was requested. Another question was also about it being a 20-member. It's never an even number. It's always an odd number, just to ensure that when there's a vote, should that take place, that it's an odd number. There also was a request to have an economic representative. I don't know if that would qualify under business or if it would actually be its own separate category. And just echoing that many of the sentiments that have been shared by Supervisor Escobar, just looking forward to hearing really from independent industry experts who can provide objective data and analysis regarding the impacts that these facilities may have on our residents. In addition to that, I also believe it's critical that all proposed data center projects be subject to a full requirement of CEQA. These projects can and have significant environmental and community impacts, and they should receive the level of review, transparency, and public disclosure that CEQA was designed to provide. Residents deserve to understand the potential consequences of these developments before decisions are made. Furthermore, I believe we should eliminate by right land use approvals for data centers. Facilities of this scale and intensity should not move forward without meaningful public review and discretionary oversight by local government. Our communities deserve a voice in decisions that may affect their neighborhoods infrastructure, and the quality of life for decades to come. The information in regards to the formation of the Data Center Advisory Committee is an important step in the right direction. This committee will provide an opportunity to gather the input that is necessary from experts, evaluate potential impacts and examine appropriate development standards, and develop recommendations that reflect the needs and the priorities of our community. Equally important, this process will ensure meaningful public participation. Our residents deserve the opportunity to be informed, ask questions, express those concerns, and provide feedback on projects that would significantly impact our communities. So for that reason, would you, Supervisor Escobar, be willing to extend the period from October 1st of 2026 to January?
I have no issues. The issue would be a county council confirmation.
Yes, you can. There's a number of pieces of information within the resolution that you can amend from the dais, and the date by which they should report back is one of those.
Happy to motion to change my motion to include that modification.
And may I add just one other item? We have community advisory committees. We have many committees that we have throughout our county in which we have representatives. The agendas are posted. It is open to the public. Minutes take place, and we actually encourage the participation. I will assume the format will be the same as with any of our advisory committees, that is the standard format that we use for all.
Because this committee is formed by action of the board, it is subject to the Brown Act.
Great. Provides comfort.
Supervisor Kelly?
Thank you, Chair. So I support the advisory committee, and as Ms. Brister brought to us verses from James, I'm reminded of 1 Corinthians 12, the foot, the hand, the head, the parts of the body. They all need to be working together. They can't work alone. And so this committee is an opportunity for all different parts of the body to work together to try to find how this could be a possibility, how we should protect all of our resources and our interests with a robust discussion. So I do support the advisory committee, and I do support the moratorium to be able to give us the time to be able to have that conversation.
Thank you, Supervisor Kelly. Supervisor Hawk?
Yes, could I have a point of clarification? So the motion is to carry it till January, is that correct?
At this time, the motion is to approve both items with one amendment, and that would be changing the date by which the advisory committee reports back from October 1st, 2026 to, I believe, January 1st, 2027.
And so the rationale behind that is to, one, the formation of the committee, for them to work together and start building a work in progress, and that it's not rushed and it's not hurried. It gives them an opportunity to work on those items that are so important. I can't express how important it is to have industry experts to be part of the committee and share their expertise.
Okay, so let me just begin by saying that from day one, back in January, early January, I made the comment that the location is not the best. In other words, I wasn't in favor of the location, but I had the tension within to do what's right and following existing law, as our ordinance said, looking at our laws, and I felt like we needed to obey what we knew was right, specifically the California Annexation State Law of 1974. Wait, is that not the annexation? Anyway, whatever it was. So I felt like we needed to follow that, and yet the tension that I had was the fact that from an ethics point of view, that I never wanted anyone within their homes to feel unsafe or feel that they were not in their castle and feeling safe. So there's been, in my mind, there's been a lot of turmoil. I've seen the good and the bad, and where I want to obey statutes as they are written and not to change them midstream. I also understand that when you look at issues like being next to a train yard and with the contents on the train, with a refinery, with a natural gas line, and with an air flight pattern, that I felt like there would be, I would be violating things. Do I live to the letter of the law, or do I look at what is good for the people that live there? And so I erred on the side of saying I do support the ad hoc committee. I do support it. I don't know that I want to go as far as I felt like it would be a 45-day moratorium. I will support that. I think the motion is to January 1st. And where I don't agree with going that far, I will...
Supervisor Hawk, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but for clarification, that is on the guidelines, bringing the information back from the ad hoc, not on the moratorium.
So the January 1st, 2027 date is the date by which the advisory committee should report back to the Board of Supervisors on recommendations for any changes to how land use regulations are impacted by data centers or data centers impacted.
So we're talking a moratorium.
So we have, if the moratorium were to pass today, it would be in effect until about July 31st, unless you hold a public hearing before then and extend it. So right now, the date for the 45 days on the moratorium is toward the end of July.
Okay.
Separate from that is the establishment of the ad hoc committee, and direction within the resolution is to them to come back. Currently, it's the draft was October 1st, and the motion is to approve it, but to give them until January 2027 to come up with recommendations and come back to the board with those recommendations.
I see.
And there's a potential at the end of July to extend the moratorium that would include that whole time
So
period.
the moratorium goes to October what?
The moratorium, if approved today, would go to the end of July with the opportunity to hold a public hearing to extend it beyond that.
To the end of July.
The current moratorium is a 45-day moratorium that would last till approximately the end of July, but there is an opportunity to hold a public hearing toward the end of July that would extend the moratorium from the end of July all the way through next June.
I understand. Okay. So let me just conclude by saying that when I did have the opportunity to walk in Imperial as I campaigned, I met a lot of wonderful people. I met some people that did not agree with me, but by far the most people that I talked to did say, I'm not against the data center, I just don't want it here. And I understood there were some that didn't want it at all. But that was the feeling that I got, that if there was a data center, they didn't want it in Imperial. And I understand that. I've talked to my kids, I've talked to my wife, I've talked to people all over, and I feel that is acceptable. And I think that's, from an ethics point of view, where I stand. So I will support this.
Did you have comments? Okay. Board members, if you could remove your name if you're not
I'm sorry?
up to speak, you can remove your name. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. This has been a very difficult time for us. I'm not going to reiterate what we've already stated up here and the discussions that we've had again today. I think that staff did a good job of following direction provided a couple of weeks ago from all of us, and we were listening. And that's what this is here, is our way of helping the community help us through this resolution and this urgency moratorium. I do approve the resolution. I do have a couple of suggestions just for discussion, and I do approve the urgency moratorium for 45 days. On the resolution, the only thing that, working with large committees, and this one is pretty large, I did notice that I know with some committees we have a city select that has 2 representatives that represent all of the cities. I'm just making the comment. But I did notice that we might be missing a couple of areas, and this is just for discussion, but one would be, my suggestion would be public safety, and economic development was brought up today, so just a recommendation. I think there was even some discussion about, there was a lot of discussion about water, so I don't know if we want somebody from agriculture. It's just a suggestion, and instead of making the committee even larger, is that we could perhaps have 2 representatives from City Select to represent all of the cities here. So it would, reduce, I think, about, 5, maybe 4 from the list. So it's just a suggestion. I don't know if anyone else, what you think about it, but I would like to just have that discussion. Yes, Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Chair. So I did have a suggestion in regards to public safety. Instead of creating membership, but to have access to county fire and county sheriff, as well as the ag commissioner, to be available to the committee, and also be, maybe ex officios or so, somebody from those departments to be able to have their perspectives also included. That's all as you were coming up with some suggestions, and I thank you for bringing this forward.
You're welcome. Thank you. Martha? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to go in order of the request.
Just real quick, and I don't know if this is correct or not, I'm just talking about options as we're talking this out, through Cal Cities. So through their association, we have a district regional group, and that's where all cities come together. It is not uncommon that Cal Cities then votes for a representative or 2. That might be a possibility, or we just have a representative from each city. So there is an association that already exists, which is Cal Cities and the district, in which they're all represented in.
Are they local?
Yes, so all cities come together and they have district meetings. And so through that process, there could be a selection. It's just a potential opportunity. Or, every city could be facing, a data center, and so maybe they would wish to have their voice and their city represented.
Thank you for those comments.
I would be happy to modify my motion with the modification being that we indirectly include our sheriff, our fire department, and our ag commissioner, as mentioned by Supervisor Kelly. I would not agree with city select or reducing the 7 city appointments, even though it's a larger advisory committee. I think it's important that every city have a voice. This is a very, very delicate situation, and I do not feel it appropriate that maybe hypothetically a Brawley and a Hopeville would be the only members, excluding Westmoreland, Imperial, El Centro, Calexico, et cetera. So I do feel very strongly about keeping the 7 cities, one individual member, but obviously making sure that they have access to information. And if the information is not readily available by, say, a sheriff or a fire department, that that information is provided at the earliest convenience.
Good point.
Thank you. Supervisor Hawk?
Yes, I have an idea also, and it may not work. But I am not a big fan, I'm not a fan of having membership of 18, 19, or even as community benefits has, I think, 22 members. And I just think it's onerous for a board to try to meet like that. I just floated an idea about maybe having 2 representatives from each board district, like 2 from District 5, 2 from District 4, 3, 2, and 1, 10 people, instead of having, and that would represent the district representing each of the small cities that are in that district. For example, you would, in my district, it would include Bard, Winter Haven, Palo Verde, part of Brawley, and that type of thing. So in other words, that would cut down the number of the committee down to 12 if every district had 2 representatives that were approved. And they could look at within their district who would qualify for example, organized labor, healthcare, education. And I don't know, that's just a thought that I'm thinking, one way to get the committee down to a number of 12 rather than 19. So I open that up. Is that it all?
I respect Supervisor Hawk's comments, but at the end of the day, we want to be inclusive. The last thing we want to do is pick the people on a committee. I think that's what we've been criticized. What's the word I'm looking for here? A lot. We've been criticized a lot for being exclusive versus inclusive, and I think, though I respect the idea, this would basically move us in the direction we do not want to move to. So I would not be willing to change my motion in that regard.
And I appreciate the comments as well, and I understand the good intent, but I think I'm comfortable with the way that it's written. I just had a couple of ideas as Mr. Hawk did as well. So I'm glad we've had the discussion, and I just want to be clear on the current motion as it stands is.
Do you want me to repeat it?
I was going to take a stab at it, but you're
Go
welcome
for it.
to. So
You're the boss.
Approving A and B with the exception of extending the report back on item 3G. We're extending October 1, 2026 to January. Is that part of your motion? Do we need a date for the January 2027?
Well, I suggest we have January 1st. There's also language in there that talks about or as soon thereafter is reasonably practicable. So, sorry?
New Year's Day.
So that's a deadline, but as soon as thereafter you can get back. You can pick a different day if you'd like, but it doesn't mean that January 1st is.
Right. Be the next business day. Okay.
Point of clarity, Chair. So would we have a, did you mention the sheriff on there or public safety? And agriculture is also, did we want to add?
They'll be accessible to the group.
So through
for
the
technical questions.
Ag commissioners?
Ag commissioners and the fire department and other public safety, sheriff's office would be available. Okay. All right. Okay, so.
And I believe January 5th is the first board meeting of 2027, in case that's a preferred date.
For posting purposes, though, it would be January 2nd? Friday, January 2nd? You want to just check that date? The 1st is a Friday? Okay. All right.
We would post the 30th.
Well, it would be the following meeting. Or 12:30, is that what you said?
We post on 12:30
We'd post on 12:30?
for January 5th. So maybe
Okay.
we just move it to the following.
So the deadline for the document then would be, or the report would be,
If you wanted to consider the recommendations and report from them, if it came in on, it would have to be in by December 30th to actually consider for the January 5th meeting.
right?
Just a quick clarification as we're going back and forth on calendar. If the committee has not completed their task by the date, it could be extended. And if they've completed their task before the date, they can deliver.
Yeah.
So I would hope that we don't have to continue to talk about the calendar.
Okay. All right. Okay, that sounds like a great idea. So let's go with January, so we'll just say January 1st of 2027, okay? Okay, do you want to restate that for the record from our council, please?
The motion is to approve the resolution establishing the Data Center Advisory Committee with the amendment that the report back is January 1st, 2027, as well as direction that county fire, sheriff, and the Ag Commissioner's Office be made available to the committee, as well as the approval of the urgency ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium.
45 days. Okay, all right. That is the motion. We do have a motion by Supervisor Escobar. We have a second by Supervisor Cardenas Singh. Please vote. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We appreciate your time today. We do have a meeting to complete, so we're going to move on. If you'll quietly please exit the boardroom, we'd appreciate it. Or do we want a 5-minute? Want a break? Let's do a break. Yeah. All right, next item on our agenda is consideration of urgency items. 17, discussion action of urgency items.
None, Chairman. Chairwoman, I'm sorry.
Item number 18, discussion and action of items pulled from consent calendar for discussion if necessary.
None, Chair.
We had our public hearing. Item number 20, reports and correspondence and announcements of officers from our different departments.
We do have Ms. Jeanette Angulo from the Public Health Department.
Good afternoon, honorable board members, Chairman Jeanette Angulo with the Imperial County Public Health Department. We have a short presentation for you. This is actually our third year coming to you. It's to share a little bit about our health indicators and our health improvement plan. And today with me is Ms. Carla Lopez. Do you mind sharing your title?
Yes, I am the Communicable Disease Control and Prevention Manager.
And Carla will share a little bit about our top health indicators for the county.
Yes, so in this slide, again mentioning or sharing with you the top health indicators, you have at the top right, actually top left, the highest disease rates, and this include all sexually transmitted infections, including chlamydia, with an incidence of 421 per 100,000 population. For the period of 2021 through 2023, we have congenital syphilis incidence with 361.9 per 100 population on an average in 2021 through 2023, and then gonorrhea among females of reproductive age. This is between the ages of 15 through 44 with 228.8 per 100,000 population. Again, during the same period of 2021-2023. All of these, for the exception of chlamydia, chlamydia had a decrease of 17.1% from the previous 3-year period. However, congenital syphilis and gonorrhea incidence did increase compared to the previous 3-year period. Moving on to the high death rates, we have all cancers at 98.7 per 100,000 population for the period of 2021-2023. Coronary heart disease at 60 per 100 population on average in the period of 2021-2023. And then unintentional injuries, 38.2 per 100 population on average for the same reporting period of 2021-2023. All three conditions did report a decrease compared to the previous reporting 3-year period. Moving on to the most rapid health conditions that have shown a 3-year increase during the period of 2021-2023, we have Shiga toxin-producing E. coli, which is a bacteria that causes gastrointestinal illnesses. This had a 379.7 increase. Followed by 2 sexually transmitted disease conditions. This is primary and secondary syphilis among females of reproductive age with 156% increase, followed by congenital syphilis with 131.3% increase. Next slide. Oops. Moving on to on this following slide, we know that there's certain health disparities that affect the outcomes across a wide range of diseases and health conditions. However, there are certain factors that have direct influence on sexually transmitted infection outcomes. So, just to highlight a couple of these health disparities are lack of health insurance and underinsured, transportation barriers to health services, limited access to preventive services and STI screening, delayed prenatal care, which can contribute to congenital syphilis cases, stigma associated with STI testing and treatment, and barriers affecting adolescent and young adults seeking confidential care, and limited access to sex education. So these and other barriers may lead to delay testing, diagnosis, and treatment of STIs, which contribute to an increase of STI transmission within the community and resulting in poor health outcomes. Next slide. So what are we doing in regards to our strategies? These are a couple of items that we are taking action on. So these strategies are guided by 3 items, which is prevention, early detection, and treatment. So under prevention and early detection, we are increasing awareness on sexually transmitted infections through public awareness campaigns. We are conducting community education and outreach events. We are increasing access to confidential, no-cost testing through the Take Me Home program and other efforts, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also support partner notification and contact tracing. We also are partnering with healthcare providers, community-based organizations, the Imperial County Community Health Improvement Partnership, and other stakeholders to help us, deal with these increases in STI rates. And finally, we also focus on ensuring that individuals who are diagnosed as an STI receive prompt linkage to treatment through our communicable disease investigators, which is staff under the epidemiology program. And also we monitor that the treatment completion and just making or ensuring that they're receiving the proper treatment for their STIs. Next slide. This is my last slide. This is part of our campaign. We are promoting ongoing promotion with our Take Me Home program, which we are partnering with a third party for offering no-cost at-home self-test kits for HIV, chlamydia, STIs, which include chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis, as well as hepatitis C virus. Individuals do have to be residents of Imperial County. They do have to be 18 years and older. And they do, once they log into this app, they will receive a couple of screening questions, and through that process, they will be able to order any of these testings that they will be sent to their home address. And that's our Take Me Home program. I'm sure you've seen a couple of billboards out there. We have it promoting in our Imperial Valley Mall, and we have also a 30-second ad running at our Imperial Valley theater at the Imperial Valley Mall. And then our last item here on the left, the syphilis campaign. This is an awareness campaign for women of reproductive age, just to making sure that they are aware of syphilis and how that can affect their baby, making sure they have early prenatal care and screening for syphilis. So those are our two campaigns, our ongoing campaigns for these two to address our STI rates here in Imperial County.
Thank you, Carla. I also want to touch on some of the efforts that our partners are doing, and this is related to, community health priorities. They're addressing health disparities. The last time I was here, I was sharing about the status of our community health assessment. The next step was to implement the community health improvement plan. So that plan spans 2024 to 2028, and partners engaged over 30, and from many different sectors, including community-based organizations, and we actually have a community member engaged in this work. Priority areas, it's access to high-quality health care. It focuses on improving access to primary care, specialty care, behavioral health services, and preventative health care for Imperial County residents. And milestones achieved over this past year. Work group partners have focused on improving preventative health access and strengthening the healthcare workforce. San Diego State University is actually a work group lead, and in coordination with other members have developed a county-wide health literacy survey to better understand how residents access and use health information. They're also doing other prevention and wellness programs, community scans to understand what's actually being provided in the community and creating resource guides. We're also working on expanding collaboration across healthcare, education, and community sectors, and granting access to the Metopio data platform that provides local information. And actually that platform, San Diego State University, Kaiser Permanente, and the Public Health Department contributed, paid into that data platform, and it's to better understand, what we have going on in Imperial County. And then there are different workforce strategies and initiatives going on in the community, some led by the Public Health Department, others by Intercare, others by San Diego State University. So a lot going on in coordination. There's the Healthy, Safe, and Living Priority area that focuses on healthy eating, active living, affordable housing, environmental and economic factors. And this work group has been working on improving coordination around food access, physical activity, housing, extreme heat preparedness, and they're identifying service gaps, building partnerships, and serving the underserved populations in our community. I'm not going to read through all of those. We have detailed reports. If interested, Alba Pio Quinto, we can share detailed information. I just wanted to give you a bird's eye view of what we've been doing. Finally, the third area, behavioral health. It's focused on reducing substance use, improving access to mental health services, and supporting the mental health of children and youth. I will say this is not being done in a silo. The work that Letty mentioned earlier today, it is tied to that. So we're aligning, and we are ensuring that there's an integrated approach when it comes to behavioral health. Another area that I want to clarify is that the behavioral health funding that Letty referenced earlier today, the Public Health Department will not receive necessarily funding for education and outreach and all those prevention services. What the initial plan that the state issued, it's for the public health departments across California, it's to build a suicide prevention plan. And what that means is local health departments will need to assess, will need to go out into the community, prioritize those needs, and build them into a plan. Now, our bucket in the initial plan for the entire state of California was $12 million. And so last week, it was mentioned that that funding more than likely was going to be significantly reduced. So we don't know at this point in time how much funding we're going to get. I'm anticipating that if we do get any funding, it'll be around the ballpark of $100,000 for the local health department. Now, the bucket that's a lot larger in the original plan, it's close to $40 million, and that is for education, prevention, outreach. It's for the community-based organizations and the tribal partners. It'll be a competitive process. Again, with the changes that have been happening to the state budget, I don't know if that funding will also be reduced. I've been in contact with our local partners or CBOs. I've been sending them the information about this new funding stream, and I've had the opportunity to speak with maybe at least 4 of our partners, clarifying that we're not receiving the funding directly, that they're going to have to apply. So wanted to make sure I shared that info. And I think that's it. That's all we have. Thank you so much, and thank you to all our partners that are supporting the community health, public health work. Thank you.
Supervisor Kelly?
Jeanette, next week we have a meeting, right? Could you give a department report on cooling centers, locations, hours, staffing,
Absolutely.
the support that we're doing?
Yes, will do.
Thank you. Supervisor Hawk?
Yeah, I'm back on page 1. I got kind of hung up there, and I'm just wondering, these percentages have been crazy for, for congenital syphilis at 131, 131% increase from previous 3 years, and then like this Shiga toxin producing E. coli, and then secondary syphilis. All of these are they? What is going on? What is happening? I mean, I'm just.
Yes, so in regards to Shiga toxin producing E. coli, there has been a new test where it's easier to detect, so increase in reporting and identification of the bacteria. And of course, it has, this is a bacteria that is transmitted when we ingest food or water that's contaminated by human stool. So, or animal stool. So again, those measures of environmental health, keeping an eye on produce that might be contaminated and things like that. So all that contribute to the numbers.
So it's just a better testing method, is that correct?
Yes, better, yes.
So have we been eating a lot of E. coli before and just didn't know it, or what?
Yes, that's correct. And sometimes, we also sometimes when we have gastrointestinal illness, usually we kind of waited, for it to resolve on its own. Not many go into the doctor for it, and when they do, sometimes they don't get screened or tested. But now with a new testing that's available and more quick testing, it's detected a little bit easier, and it's of course reported to us.
What do we do with the STDs? How is that?
Yeah, so STDs have overall they're high numbers across the nation and statewide. Although in the previous 3 years or 6 years we have seen a decrease, however the numbers are still high. So in our efforts, of course, we're trying to offer within our community easy access to screening and testing. And one of the items that we have is like the Take Me Home program, which makes it easier, confidential. We have a lot of also, believe stigma tied to STI testing. So many don't want to go in and get tested, or they believe that they don't have. Sometimes many of these STIs don't have symptoms. So we encourage when we have the opportunity to educate our community to get screened if they're sexually active. So there's a lot of factors that contribute to.
Now, if
to
they're
those
treated, can they clean it up?
Yes, of course, yes. Once they are diagnosed, they receive proper treatment for some of these, yes. For like all the bacteria, they get antibiotics and they're treated, and they complete their treatment, they should be fine. Obviously, there's a risk of reinfection if they're re-exposed, yes.
All right. Mr. Hawk, you didn't finish? Thank you. Supervisor Cardenas Singh?
Yes, Ms. Jeanette, I just have a quick question, and I know this is maybe estimates or a prediction. I'm really talking about the $12 million, the funding that we're looking at, that potential, possibly the county. Again, these are just estimates or predictions of the 100,000 that might be coming to the county, but the one that's really of great interest to me right now is the 40 million that could be a funding source for some of our nonprofit and community-based. So the nonprofits, community-based, they would be applying directly to the state. Would it be monitored through the Imperial County Health Department? How would that funding mechanism work?
We don't have all the details. What the state published was a plan, and what both CBOs and local health jurisdictions we've been waiting for is that notice of application.
Okay.
So we should know more then. So it is hard to say what they will be required to do. I am anticipating that for CBOs, it'll be a direct application to the state. Or if the state decides to have a third party, then it'll be that third party. But again, we don't have those details yet, but I do believe it'll be one of those two.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, as many of our nonprofit or community-based programs, they're very dependent on state funding. And so I wanted to make sure that if there were to be an opportunity, that we are good ambassadors of sharing that information in the community when those dollars become available. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I've been sharing, like I said, those announcements with our CBOs, and several of them have been in contact with me, and we've actually had meetings. So if anybody else is out there wanting to know a little bit more about this funding opportunity, I'd be more than happy to share what I know. And so, yep. All righty. Any other question?
No question, just quick comments. I appreciate the work that you've done. I do acknowledge this is 21-23, and so it would be interesting to see the new data, but I'm glad to see that the death rates actually according to this study, actually were reduced, or they decreased, so that's good. And I'm happy to see that you have the health disparities, which include the challenges and the barriers for the follow-up care, patient participation in that care. So, and then lastly, I just want to thank your Community Health Improvement Partnership.
Yes.
And the different groups that you're working with. I see Andrea's here. I haven't been participating like I had hoped to, but hope to be back and continuing that work for the final report. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a quick note on data. Sometimes data is delayed, and we don't always have 2026. We're lucky if we get 2025. We're now starting to see 2024. So hopefully by the next community health assessment cycle, which we're aligning with different partners, the health plan, LETI and behavioral health and public health, so that we are all utilizing that same assessment, community health assessment, the data, as much as possible, again, to reduce silos and work more in an integrated, collective way.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Chair, we do have another department, Mr. Robert Menville from the Assessor's Office.
Mr. Menville?
Hey, good afternoon. Robert Menville, County Assessor. Just an update on legislation. I wanted to give you an update on Senate Bill 1329, which is the major solar legislation, Jerry McNerney bill. And that's moved through the Senate and is now going forward in the Assembly. The next step is Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee, and that's Mike Gibson's committee. And I did let Gil know that we probably want to change the name on that opposed letter and send it to that committee. Our lobbyist feels that the best chance of either modifying or changing that legislation is in the assembly because they represent more rural counties. So I will keep you posted on that. The next item that I wanted to bring to your attention, because Senator Steve Padilla will be visiting our county later this week, is SB 420, which is legislation on detention centers, welfare exemption, property taxation on detention centers. And that is a what we call I believe what we call a gut and amend bill. It was another Senate bill that wasn't going anywhere, and they struck out all the language and then used it as a vehicle for this. SB 420, this is our analysis from the Assessors Association. The bill reinforces existing legal interpretations of the welfare exemption by clarifying that for-profit detention uses are not consistent with qualifying exempt purposes. The declaratory nature of the bill suggests limited administrative burden while improving consistency in exemption determinations. And then the third item here is clear statutory language may reduce disputes and improve uniform application across the counties. That's a assessor's recommendation that we actually probably do need a change in the law, not a declaratory guidance on this. But the Assessors Association is taking a support position on SB 420 because it clarifies existing welfare exemption law by confirming that for-profit detention facility operators are not eligible for the exemption while preserving eligibility for qualifying nonprofit owned facilities used for government detention purposes. Because the bill is declaratory of existing law, administrative impacts are expected to be minimal. The measure provides greater clarity and consistency in exemption determinations while helping ensure the welfare exemption is applied as intended. That is my report. That will be going to the Assembly Revenue Taxation on Monday the 22nd. That'll be the first hearing on that. It'll go through the Assembly process, and then it has to go back through the Senate process in its new language, and then it goes through concurrent committee if there's any reconciliation. So it's going to be going on through the summer. So that's my report. I'll keep you posted. Thank you.
Mr. Menville, we have a question or comment from Supervisor Cardenas-Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Minville. I will tell you that I have been following SB 420 very closely. I'm excited to hear that the Assessors Association is taking the letter of support. Madam Chair, I would like to ask or request if we could consider putting SB 420 on the agenda to also show support, or at least to put it on the agenda to be considered. Have you received the letter? If you have, I would
No,
like...
I have not seen the letter, the support letter. I have requested a copy when it does come out. So I will share that with your executive office, and they can distribute it.
Thank you.
I'll send it to the chair and the executive office, and so it can be distributed.
And thank you. We just want to ensure that we are making sure that these waivers and these exceptions that are taking place for profit organizations or businesses do not take place. So I would like to have it on the agenda so we can discuss it.
Okay.
Thank you.
One interesting side note is that Senator McNerney is the author of SB 1329, which is the major solar, and he has a background, I think, in wind energy, and he's a little unhappy that the Assessors Association has taken an opposed to his bill, and so he he's the one that said that he felt we had the discretion locally in assessors' offices to make these decisions locally. We feel the State Board of Equalization has oversight on assessors' offices. They're the ones that issue the organizational clearance certificates. So there was a little bit of not meshing there, and our suggestion was, well, then the Senate should change the law, and what they've come up with is this declaratory, very narrow guidance in SB 420 right now. But I think that Senator McNary wasn't happy with the assessors on his bill, so he pushed it over on Senator Padilla. But this is a start. We're happy to have the guidance and clarification, so that we don't have the Board of Equalization and the 58 assessors pointing fingers at each other and saying, you're the one that approved this, or them saying, no, you have the discretion to override us. So we're hoping for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no more reports.
Thank you. We will be returning to closed session. Thank you.
The Board of Supervisors met in closed session today to discuss those items listed on Agenda Item 5. As to items 5A2 and 5A5, direction was given, no final action was taken. As to the remainder of the items, the Board discussed those, but no final action was taken. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Holbrook. It is 6:36 p.m. Meeting adjourned.